Hello there. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. Welcome to this, the 17th of July, 2025. Hopefully you're doing well today. We are back today with more Alice Madness Returns on the PS3. So, we're gonna make... What's that? Okay. Sorry. Thought I had something in my teeth. I did have something in my teeth. Okay. But, anyways, it was apple, by the way. I have an apple in the morning. Good for your teeth, turns out. It's also just good for you in general. Anyways, welcome in, welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well today. Let me put on some chapstick. We're gonna be playing some more Alice. And yeah, we let's see, yesterday made some more progress in Shadowrun. We did beat Resident Evil 8 the day before. Tomorrow we will be spinning the wheel and seeing what new friend's favorite game we'll be trying out, or well, beating. We'll be beating it. Not tomorrow specifically, unless it's a really short game, but we'll be starting a new one tomorrow. But yeah. I have an idea what we'll be playing after Alice. Although I've been thinking about maybe starting up something new to add a new game to the rotation. So that we'll have basically we'll have 4 games in the rotation and then the Friday game. So that way it'd be like the problem is I'm trying to find this balance between too many games in the rotation and too little games in the rotation. And I feel like 3 is fine, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. But right now we're playing through the Resident Evil games. We're doing Alice and we're doing Shadowrun, and then we're doing the friend's favorite thing. And so far that's been fine. It's just there's a lot of stuff that I want to get through. And I'm kind of in this weird state of like, we could play more games and get through more of them, but I don't want to do what I did before, where we were playing a new game every single day, because that was really burning me out, because I wasn't really getting to enjoy the games that we were playing, because we were playing something different basically every single day. So I don't know. I'll find a balance there. We might start like doubling up on some stuff. So instead of rotating every day, maybe we'll just do like a couple days of Alice or a couple days of Resident Evil or something like that. Because I've just been rotating every day except Friday, so maybe we'll switch it up a little bit and get a little extra of a something here and there. Because Shadowrun's going to take a while. Shadowrun, we got Dragonfall and Hong Kong, and both of those will take a while. I probably won't double up on those streams just because of how much reading it's going to be. And I do need the other games to rest my voice, but we might double up on like Resident Evil and Alice to get through those a little bit quicker. But as for today, like I said, we're going to do some Alice. Tomorrow will be Friend's Favorite Friday. We don't stream on Saturday. And then Sunday we'll be back with Resident Evil 2 Remake. So we'll get into that. Back into that on that. I think the remakes are a little bit longer. I think they add some features and maybe alter some puzzles and stuff. I mean, I'm interested to see how Remake 2 and 3 feel. I know people really, really liked Remake 2, but I heard that people were kind of mixed on Remake 3 of Resident Evil. And then people really liked Remake 4, which anything will be better than OG 4 for me, I feel. It literally could just be a box, like a cardboard box that says RE4 Remake, and it'd probably still be more enjoyable than RE4 OG for me, so we'll see. Hey, Leaf, how you doing today? But yeah. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. how'd your games go? I fell asleep while you started up that last, or the last thing I saw you were playing that what was that game called? It was the single dev game. You started out on like a boat, I think. I don't remember what it was called. But anyways, if you're not following Leave Ending played like three or four different horror games last night. So if you like horror games, especially indie horror games, Bleakhaven, yeah, that's it. As well as some retro stuff, retro inspired stuff. Go give Lee a follow. Very good friend of the channel. Does a lot of great content. Very entertaining. Very cool community. We also did Guess the Game, which actually went really well. I think people were really into that. I think people love trivia. I think that's kind of where that goes. But it's pretty good. I think the one that stumped us the most was, well, there was one person that got it pretty early on, but we were all just kind of trying to figure out what it was. Was a racing game. But yeah. But yeah, that we started the stream with that, and then did a bunch of indie horror stuff. Also been playing Wind Waker, which he's in the last stretch of that. I think he's just got to get the pieces of the Triforce, which is just a time-consuming process, and then we beat that demo, then beat Silent Call. Interesting. I'll have to go back and watch that one. Yeah. So Wind Waker, so indie horror. He does a weekly wrestling show, but 2K25 has really messed up their game, and he doesn't want to mess up the saves, which I completely understand, because, you know, you don't want to lose all that content. So he's waiting for 2K25 to fix their stuff before he jumps back into that. But yeah, go check out Leave Ending. I basically talk about him at every stream, because that's where I spend a lot of my evenings. Just a really cool person, and great community and stuff like that. And there's a lot of people on Twitch, but I feel like it's hard to find people that like legitimately care about people in their communities. And thankfully in the crypt community there's quite a few people, and Leave is also another person that I feel like legitimately cares about people in their community and building a community. And it's not just about like dollar signs and monetary and numbers and stuff over there. Like, he's kind of like me, where like none of us, by the way, it's just incense. If you're wondering with it, I'm not smoking anything, I'm just lighting incense. There's a smell permeating my house because of the heat and stuff, so I light this on occasion. But there's a lot of people that get so focused on like numbers and stuff that they kind of, I don't know, alienate the community. It's all like, well, you know, tell people to follow, and, you know, donate and tip and all of that stuff. And so many people get focused on that, it feels like it's I don't know. It just feels like that they're so focused on that they forget that this is about community. And whenever I find communities, you know, like the Crypt community and members of the Crypt stream team, and like Leave and Void and stuff like that, I like shouting those people out, because it's important to remember that, like, at the end of the day, we're a bunch of humans on a, you know, rock spinning through space trying to make a go of this. And you know, if we make a bunch of money, that's great. But at the end of the day, we're just here to, you know, spread positivity and share these sometimes goofy games, sometimes great games with people, and, you know, have a good time. So it's always nice to meet someone who's kind of like-minded in that degree, where, yeah, again, we would not turn down $1 million if somebody wanted to, you know, come out and start throwing money at us. But like, we're also not here to ask people every stream to donate that, you know, donate thousands of dollars so we can, you know, keep doing this or whatever. So I think it's important with expectations and stuff, because I've seen a lot of people And I think it's because a lot more people are starting to struggle now, and then there's nothing wrong with having, you know, looking to Twitch for some sort of monetary, benefit. I don't think that's inherently bad. I just think it's people coming with the expectation they see these bigger streamers getting thousands and thousands of dollars and go, oh, well, if I just, do what they're doing, I'll also get that. And then they get upset when that's not happening for them, and they take it out on their communities, they take it out on other streamers, because it happens almost daily. The amount of people that I see going, well, that streamer is worse than me, but getting more viewers or getting, more money or whatever, and it's just like, worry about your own stuff, man. Like, it's so crazy to me. Imagine the amount of copies you got served with by you. But hi Void, how you doing today? But it's just, I don't know, it's just sad to me that I guess it's whenever people see that they can make money at a thing, some people come with the focus of only making money at that thing. And I try to spotlight communities that I feel legitimately are about the opposite of that, because, like, at the end of the day, like, you could make $10 million doing this, but if the memories you leave behind are bad ones, then, like, was it really worth doing? Because, like, if you have $10 million and then you pass away, does that $10 million really get you anything? Right? You're gone. And it's just, that's always how I look at it. Now, again, I would never turn down the money if people want to support the stream in that way, but, like, I don't know. So like I said, that's why I want to support and spotlight the people that come in here with our community that are, good with their communities and stuff like that, because hi Cammy Biohazard. Uh-oh. Cammy changed their name. Unless you started another account. Did you start another account? Nope. Same account. Okay. Well, speaking of someone else you should follow, hello. Let me shout out Void as well. Void just got back to streaming. Was streaming some Fallout. I think, yeah. Void's going to be doing some Forest today. I'm guessing you're going to be playing that co-op, Void? Who are you going to be playing the Forest with? Also, formerly Cammy Dev, but now Cammy Biohazard, apparently. Go give them a follow. Resident Evil 5. Oh, did you do that yesterday, Cammy, or are you doing that today? The co-op. But Cammy does a lot of Resident Evil, also does Soulsborne games, and a little bit of variety of stuff. Collab stream earlier today. Okay. Yeah. You played the Forest. Oh, you played. Okay. Waiting for Mask into the pit. No, not happening. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. But anyways, long story short, I will always try to promote the people in my community that I feel like are legitimately about the community and not just here to promote their own communities or are here to make money or I feel like are here for, like, nefarious reasons. Because I've seen some people that, like, legitimately they show up just to be like, hey, I stream too, and then, like, they never show up again. Like, that's it. They'll say I stream, throw a follow, and then, like, never show up again. And it's just like they don't realize that, like, I do check on those things, right? It's not hard on your dashboard. For anybody that doesn't know that streams, on your dashboard, if you go to community, there's a thing called a follower list. And I check that periodically just to see, like, if any of the recent followers are no longer on that follower list. Just to see if, like, someone comes in, follows, says they stream, and then, like, unfollows. Because Twitch will tell you when someone follows, but it will not tell you when someone unfollows. Like, recently, I think it was a bot came in there, like, paid a compliment, was like, you're cute, and then, like followed, but when I checked the follow list, it was already unfollowed, and I was like, Yeah, okay. Weird. Um, but uh, wait. Facebook refreshed when I was reading some ridiculous Facebook about Chris punching Boulder. Oh, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. Chris does punch a boulder. There's a whole section in a volcano about it. That wasn't a bot. That was me. Nah. But yeah, you could check your follower list and you could see, because like I don't check it for the numbers. I check it to see like who's following me. So if I miss somebody, like if someone follows me and I'm like, oh, that person said they stream, I need to go find them, I could go to that. I also have the alert thing through OBS, so I could just click on someone's name and it'll take me to their page. So I'll go through there and I'll be like, okay, let me see their content and stuff like that. Because I do a lot of lurking. I also do a lot of research. I'll go, hey D man, I'll go like check people's pages out. I'll go watch their videos and see how they're talking. Because again, community is important to me. And if I go to someone's stream that just followed me and they're like talking to their community and like talking down to their community and being like, why aren't you giving more money, or why isn't anyone subbing or anything like that? Because I've actually seen that. Like that seems strange to, it might seem strange. I've seen people legitimately do that. Like, it's like, oh, we have 10 people in here and no one's subbed yet. It's like, what? Like, you know, or you know, stuff like that. It's just like, wow. Or they'll call out people that are like lurking in their chat, and it's just like, you apparently haven't been on Twitch for very long, because guess what? Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. If you have 20 people in your chat, I guarantee you 15 of those people are probably lurkers. We love our lurkers here. I will not ever call out anybody that's a lurking. Lurk away. I know I have a very chill stream. A lot of people have told me I have a chill stream. I do not have a problem with that. If you want to hang out with us and chill out and do whatever you gotta do, you co-work or just rest or read a book or whatever, that is a-okay with me. I will not call out lurkers. But they will legitimately go to like their viewer list and be like, hey, so and so, why are you not talking? I see you in the list. I've seen it. I've legitimately seen that. I've gone to people's videos and like VODs and stuff and seen them ask viewers why they're not talking. It's insane. But yeah. So that, like I said, that's why I want to make sure that I promote communities within like the Crypt community, the Crypt stream team, and then just people that, you know, we meet outside, you know, because there are a lot of great people on Twitch, as much as there are those you know, those people that don't want to promote community. Those people are there for monetary gain only. There are a lot of great people out there that legitimately want to spread positivity, or at least, you know, have a good time and share that with their communities and stuff. And I do want to shout those people out. So, and like I said, a few of them are here in chat. We've got Leave, we got Void, we've got Cammy, and some of them might show up later as well. But there's a lot of good people. There's a streamer that won't finish games if they aren't supported and make $150 a stream. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, no thanks. Holding a game ending hostage for money sounds insane to me. That sounds insane to me. Like, that would drive me crazy. Like, not finishing a game? Like, what's the point playing the game then? Right? Just what? It's like, all right, we're not finishing this till someone pays me. It's like, what? No thanks. No thanks. Yikes. But that's why, like, legitimately, I've been doing this 4.5 years. I've never done like a subathon or anything like that. Is because, like, I don't ever want the focus to be on money. I've been thinking about doing a subathon recently, just because, like, we hit 600 followers, like, I think a month ago, and we haven't really celebrated that. I've been thinking about doing a subathon just as a celebration for that, like, where it's like a kind of a low stakes, like, we'll set some goals, we'll have some fun kind of stuff. But it's not there to, like, raise a bunch of money. It's just there to have fun. But yeah, I don't know. I always feel weird when I make anything in the stream about money. Like, raising money for charity, absolutely will make the stream about money, because that money is going directly to charity. It's there to help people in need and stuff. I will ask for money all day for charity, but when it's like asking money for like myself or for the stream and stuff, I don't know. That always feels weird, but I might do it just for the fun of it, just to say we've done a subathon. I've never, like I said, I've never done a subathon before. In the 4.5 years I've been doing this. They do it every day. They essentially beg to hit goals and drop games from rotation if viewership and tips aren't coming in. Yikes. I mean, people can run how their streams how they want, right? Like that's kind of the thing. It's my rule's always been, as long as it's not breaking TOS, do whatever you want with your streams. Like, I personally would never do that, but like, it's whatever. Like, there's a lot of people that don't like the like the pool streams and the IRL streams and all that stuff. I'm like, look, if they're not breaking TOS, I don't care, man. I really don't. Do what you got to do. You know, if people want to go in there and they want to support that kind of stream, that's on them. You know, I that ain't where I'm at, man. That ain't where I'm at. Also, I've been saying it creeps up, I think, like every so often. There's some streamers that are like, you know, oh, these streamers that do this XYZ thing don't deserve their viewership, and it's like, bro, like, if people are going out and watching like the IRL streams and you're playing like Super Mario Brothers, those IRL viewers are never gonna come to your Super Mario Brothers stream, right? They're not here for Super Mario Brothers. Like, it's so weird, that mentality of like, they feel like their viewers are being stolen by other like streams of different categories, and it's like, people that go for those categories are not here for the video game you're playing, right? Same. There were so many times $8 was a make or break situation for us, so I never even like to mention subs or anything. Yeah, that's another thing too. It's like, I guess when you've dealt with poverty for long periods of time, you just go like, hey, anything counts, right? Like people will look at it and go like, oh, 10 bits is nothing. It's like, yeah, it's something, because you know what happens when 10 people give 10 bits? That's $1, right? That $1 is food. Because I used to, like, when me and my friend used to hang out, like, all we could afford was the dollar menu, right? We'd go to McDonald's to be like, look, we have $3, so we each get a cheeseburger, and that's it, right? If we could scrounge up 50 cents, maybe we get two cheeseburgers and some fries, and we could, you know, split the fries, right? So, like, yeah, that's why I shout out every bit, even if it's a single bit. I know it's basically the equivalent of a penny. I don't care. People are spending their money here. That's important, right? I'm not gonna, yeah, but yeah, back to the viewership thing. Like, I don't know. It's always weird when I see people being like, oh, those IRL streamers are taking our views, and it's like, no, they're not. They're absolutely not. They're not coming to watch you play, you know, CS:GO. They're coming here to watch that person walk around somewhere in Europe, right? Or to talk about whatever they're talking about, right? It's weird, because it's like, there is viewership, but people forget that people come specifically for certain forms of content, right? Like, some people come just to watch retro games. Some people come just to watch esports. Some people come just to watch IRL streams and stuff like that. I'm tired of, yeah. But it's just crazy. That people still, like I said, it happens every few months where somebody will go on like Twitter and Facebook or whatever and be like, I can't believe they let these streams go. They're taking away from us real streamers that are playing video games. Twitch was always about video games. And I'm like, one, technically Twitch was Justin TV. Justin TV was just a streaming platform. Originally, you could stream whatever you want, right? So originally it was a whatever platform, and then they noticed that the gaming section took off, so they split it off into Twitch TV, which focused on gaming, and then stuff outside of gaming started to take off, so they re-branched it out. So all they did was take something broad, shrink it down, move it over, and then realize something it needed to be broadened again and broaden it again. That's all they did, right? It was a business decision. Like nothing really changed with the dynamic of it. It's just no one paid attention to that until they felt like their viewers were being taken. And it's just like, I don't know. You know, I'm gonna move over to just chatting because I know people are probably gonna be like, "Where's Alice?" Just chatting. Here we go. But so dumb because I'm not here like, man, Strawberry's community's coming to watch. Isn't good. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, like, yeah, because like Strawberry's playing Call of Duty, right? Like the people that come to watch Strawberry play Call of Duty are not going to come to watch Void play Tetris. Now, there might be some people that enjoy both commentators, right? Like they might like enjoy Strawberry's form of commentary and Void's form of commentary. That's why we have communities, right? So they might enjoy both of them as streamers, and they might come to watch them because of the streamer, and that might be where the overlap is. But like they're not coming because of those two forms of content, because there's no connection between Tetris and Call of Duty, right? But it's just, I don't know. It's always weird to me because it's like, I think what it is well, I know what it is. It's projection, right? They instead of them dealing with the idea that they could do something to improve their stream, they could reach out more, they could collab more, they could, you know, create content on other platforms, they could do this or that. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do to like improve your stream. You could do better audio, you could do better video, you could add stuff like sound alerts, you could do events, you could do Discord stuff, you could do like there's always something you can do, right? But instead of thinking like that and go like, okay, what else could I add to my stream? What else can I do within my power to make this better? They go, well, it's their fault, right? They point at someone else and say, well, it's their fault that my stream is not doing well, right? Let's collaborate more. A month of repo and peak. You know, if we could find a game that like I think both of us would actually have fun with, I wouldn't mind collaborating. It's just I don't want to play stuff like repo and peak, and neither do you, right? Like that's the problem. Because that's the thing too, is like I know there's a lot of members of like the Crypt community that play a lot of like co-op games, but they're like playing like Dead by Daylight, which I don't really want to play, or you know they're playing like Repo, and stuff like that, right? And it's just like I like watching them play that and have fun and all that stuff. It's just I don't want to play those things, and I feel bad because it's like people reach out for those collabs, and it's like I really don't want to play Repo. I'm sorry, I really don't. I have zero interest in Repo. I love our division sessions. Yeah. But yeah, people like project that onto other people, right? That their own shortcomings onto other people in streaming, and I mean in general too. So they just blame other people for like why they're not succeeding. You disappoint Pickle every week. But and it's just like, and the thing is too, and I think this is the thing that people need to realize is sometimes like you're gonna hit points where you just kind of plateau, and those are the moments you need to sit there and go, okay, what can I do to kind of fix that, right? Because like for me, what I realized, the reason why I plateaued before I took my hiatus that I had to take for like moving and medical stuff, the reason why I plateaued is because I was not reaching out at all, right? I was not talking with communities, I was not being a part of communities. I was basically like, here's my bubble, here's my box, right? Anything outside of that does not exist. And that only gets you so far, right? So once I came back, I was like, okay, well, I want to shake up the content a little bit. But the thing I needed to do the most was reach out to people and talk to people and collaborate and be a part of communities and stuff like that. And that honestly is what got me out of the plateau. And that's the thing, is like you just have to sit back and go, okay, what I'm doing is not working. what can I do to improve, right? And I still have room for improvement, right? And that's the thing too, is you have to realize that like plateauing or losing followers or losing whatever, that's not a moment of failure. That's a moment of I need to take a step back, figure out what I need to do, and move forward. Also, you have to work with what works with you. A lot of people are like, well, I could do all these crazy things. It's like, yeah, can you though? Because like some people, like, they work full-time jobs and they only have a certain amount of time to stream and they only have a certain amount of energy and stuff, right? You can't go out and do all these crazy things if you don't have the energy for it, right? You still have to work within the confines of your own life. So, but it's just, I really do wish people would look inwardly a bit more when they're trying to figure out like what's not working for them, than to just go, well, those streamers over there, they're taking our views. And it's just like, they're not. They're absolutely not. Like my biggest, like, those streamers over there problem is I just wish that there wasn't so many people that were at the top had so much hateful content, right? Like, I that's the thing. That's the reason why I don't watch a lot of bigger streamers. And I'm not saying all big streamers are like this before they get taken out of context. There's just quite a few that I see that I'll click on their stream and they're just saying some like really nasty stuff, or their chat is just not moderated at all and it's just filled with nasty stuff, or they're supporting they have like people on their stream who support nasty stuff, and like it's just like a really bad like pool of really like horrible things. And it's just like, I really wish that these weren't the people that was getting pushed out to people, because they'll go, oh, that's what's popular on Twitch, I should also be saying terrible things and doing terrible things and having terrible people on my stream, because all that does is perpetuate more people doing those things, right? And it's really unfortunate, because it's like, if you tell people that's how you succeed, that's what people are going to do, right? It's about drama. Yeah, drama sells. Absolutely. But like, I don't know. It's just, I just wish we had more people at the top that were more about positivity. And honestly, I just wish we had more diversity at the top as well. Like, there are a lot of popular streamers that are just white dudes, you know? Now, it's becoming more diverse, thankfully, slowly, over time, but it's just, I don't know. It's just, I really do wish there was more positivity, because I think if there was more, if there was more positivity there, I think people would genuinely stay with streaming longer, because they would believe that they can do it too. But when you have toxicity at the top, you basically create this structure of where they go, hey, so I want to be a streamer too. Do you think I can do it? And someone looks at them and goes, no. Why would you want to be a streamer? Just watch my stream. And then like that destroys their entire reason for streaming, right? When the people you look up to tell you shouldn't stream because it's not worth it, then why would you do that, right? And that might sound like weird, but like I've seen it happen. I've seen people be like, hey, I want to get into streaming, should I do it? And then people literally tell them no. And it's just like, what? Like, why would you do that to someone? Right? Like, hateful or have zero personality opinions, so they did. Well, I think that the opinions problem that I have is they'll do these like hot take things, right? They'll just say something to spark a fight and then just let people fight, right? And it's just like, you're not wanting to actually have a conversation. You're just saying things just to like make people upset so that you get interaction. And like, I legitimately do not like that form of content. Like, if you want to have a conversation about like why you don't like a popular thing, let's have that conversation. But if you're just like, just popular thing is garbage and you're garbage for thinking it's good, and that's just where you leave it, that's not a conversation. You're just trying to make people upset. right? And I just hate that form of content because it's like I don't think like legitimately I do not think anything is perfect, right? Like any form of any game is perfect. I still think there are like really 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 good games, but they still have issues, right? Um and we could talk about those issues. We could also talk about all the great things about that game, right? Um but people don't want to have conversations. They want to have fights, right? It's either you love the things I love or we can't be friends. And it's just like that mentality gets perpetuated because of those, hey, this thing sucks and you suck for liking it, right? It gets perpetuated by those posts because they believe, oh, well, if there's 1,000 posts like that, that must be the mentality that I have to have. Because again, it's the more popular a thing is, the more you see it, the more ingrained it becomes, the more you conform to the pattern, right? So if that is the pattern you see, that is what you conform to. Um, so it's just like, and then people don't actually understand that when you're having a conversation about the critique of a piece of media, whether it's a movie or a show or a video game, like you have to have some sort of like backing reason other than it sucks, right? Now, you can't, there is a legitimate the term for it is usually used in the positive called je ne sais quoi, which is basically like I don't know. It's like, why do you love this thing? I don't know, I just do, right? Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you can't say why you like or dislike something. Sometimes you just don't. And that's fine. But that is when you got to phrase it like, I like it, I don't know why I like it, I just do. Or I don't like it, I don't know why I don't like it, I just don't. Right? That's how you phrase it. But most people will phrase that as, it sucks, I don't know why it sucks, but it does. Right? And that's not how you phrase that. I actually had I was talking to someone in a chat about that exact phrasing when they were talking about Dark Souls 2, where they were talking about like how Dark Souls 2 is the worst Dark Souls. Which, by the way, if you hear anybody say that argument, that is an argument that has been fed to them. That is not an argument that a lot of people that have actually played Dark Souls 2 has made. Because basically what happened is, when Dark Souls 2 released, it is done by a team that was not led by Miyazaki. So there was a lot of hate for Dark Souls 2 because it wasn't a Miyazaki-led game. It was done by a separate team. So there was already that. And it also had to get a kind of a redo, like halfway in. So there's some like things that got changed. So there was some things that made it feel less like Dark Souls 1. Right. On top of that, there were a few content creators that basically spent the entire beginning of Dark Souls 2 crapping on the game. They just refused to give it any flowers for the game that it is, right? So the Souls community latched onto that and just labeled Dark Souls 2 as the worst game. So whenever you see someone just like completely just brush off Dark Souls 2, more often than not, they've probably just heard that opinion and never actually played the game, in most cases. But anyways, I was having a conversation with someone in chat about Dark Souls 2, and they said that like the enemy placement in Dark Souls 1 was better than Dark Souls 2 enemy placement. And I'm like, that's actually objectively false. And the problem is people don't understand subjectivity and objectivity. Subjectivity is opinion-based, right? Like, I think the color blue is better than the color red. That is subjective. That is my opinion. I think it is better than red, right? There is no objective fact on whether blue is better than red. An objective fact is the sky is blue. That is an objective fact. That is objective, right? Well, until it's not blue, right? When the sun sets or whatever. But for the most part, the sky is blue. Stay with me here. So the reason why I said that the enemy placement in 1 is objectively false when compared to 2 is because there's a section in Dark Souls 1, if you've not played Dark Souls 1, where they ran out of time with the game, right? In Lost Izalith, there's a section of the game where they took the first boss of the game and copied it like 8 times. It's literally just the first boss, copied and pasted 8 times in an area. You can look this up if you haven't seen a playthrough. You can see it. They're just copy and pasted the first. It's called Taurus Demon. It's just copy and pasted and put in this area like 8 times. And I'm like, that is why it's objectively untrue, is because they could not design that area because they ran out of time, right? So you cannot say that the enemy placement in 1 is better than 2 because they didn't have time to finish designing the enemy design in 1. No design will never be better than some design, right? That's objectively untrue. And then they were like, well, that's your opinion. It's like, no, it's not. No design is objectively worse than some design. You can't compare no design to some design. That just doesn't work. But I don't know. I haven't seen that person around in the chat since then. So I'm guessing I upset them for telling them that they don't understand the difference between a statement of fact and because I told them, I was like, the problem is they were making the argument that Dark Souls 2 sucks. And I was like, you're saying that's a statement of fact. What you should be saying is, I don't like Dark Souls 2 for these reasons, or I think Dark Souls 2 has these issues, right? Those are fine, but when you say something is bad or something sucks, you're saying that it's a statement of fact. And that's not an opinion, right? You're just saying it is, but then you have no way of defending that, or your way of defending that is objectively false. So you've lost that argument, right? So yeah, but I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen him since. I'm sorry to whoever's chat that was in that I was talking to that person, but I don't know. I don't like it when people try to turn people away from games because they were told that a game was bad, right? There are some games out there that like are legitimately not well designed, right? There are just some that are not well designed, and that's fine. We can talk about how they're not well designed. Like we just beat Rayman 2. I think Rayman 2 is a fine 3D platformer. The fact that the final boss of the game is not a platforming boss, it's a flying section boss, is very weird to me. Right? Like why would a platforming game end with a flying section boss? Very strange. But I don't think it's a bad game. I just think it's kind of a clunky 3D platformer. And it might just be because of the N64 version. Because the Rayman 2 did come out on like Dreamcast, PS1, and something else, I think. So it might be better on other versions, but the N64 version was a little clunky. Right? But my thing is all I see is someone going into someone else's chat who's playing like, oh, I'm going to get into the Soulsborne series, and then someone like that going in, don't play Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is bad. And then them going, oh, Dark Souls 2 is bad? Okay, then I'll just skip that one, right? And that's what ticks me off, is because people like that will ruin a good experience, or a potentially good experience for someone, because someone else told them it was bad. Right? That's what upsets me. Right? Now, you could make the joke that, like, oh, Dark Souls 2 is bad because you can beat it with a broken spoon. That's technically true. You can beat it with a broken spoon. There is a weapon in there called a ladle that you can use, and you can break it, and you can beat the game with it. But that's like a joke, right? It's true, but it's like you don't have to beat it with a broken spoon. But if you just go in and be like, don't play Dark Souls 2 because it's bad, because some guy back in whatever year Dark Souls 2 came out told me it was bad, that makes that stuff makes me upset. Because like there are things about Dark Souls 2 that like can push people away. Like for example, adaptability, which is not very well explained, is one of the things that turned a lot of people off of it. And I completely agree. If adaptability was better explained, then I could understand that, like, you know, people be like, oh, now that I get how this works, maybe we talk about how that could have been better used, because adaptability helps you with your ability to dodge and stuff in Dark Souls 2, which is not something they brought back for basically any version of Dark Souls, right? It's only in Dark Souls 2. So adaptability has been kind of a crux of the argument with Dark Souls 2, which is completely reasonable, right? That's a reasonable argument to have. But again, it's not that people are having that argument. They're just going, Dark Souls 2 is bad. Don't play Dark Souls 2, right? For sure. Everything is relative, and in the end, it's just opinions, but things are modern technological miracles to me. They all have something to offer. You'll never know if you like it unless you try. Yeah, but like I said, but we also, because we're in the information age, right? And we're content creators, and we have Twitch chat, and we have comment sections and stuff like that. There are hundreds of thousands of video games, right? And if someone goes into my chat and I'm like, okay, I'm playing through the series, and it's like, okay, for example, I'm playing through Shadowrun, right? And we have these games, right? And let's say I've never played these games before, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna play through the Shadowrun games, and someone's like, well, this one's really bad, and say I don't have this one yet, and I was gonna buy it, and they tell me that the Genesis version is the worst version, don't play the Genesis version. Well, I can mark that off my list now, because I've got thousands of other games to play, right? But if this was like actually the GOAT of the series and worth playing and very, very cool, just because someone in my chat told me not to play it, right? Now I've kind of like got screwed out of it. But that's what I'm saying, right? Like that's why I'm harping on the idea of like we have to be careful with how we discuss critique as content creators, as members of chat, because that's the thing too, right? Like we're streamers, we're content creators, but we're also members of chat, right? We're also a part of communities, so we have to make sure that we're not being dismissive with our critique in chat as well, because if someone's playing something, we don't want to be like, oh well, that game sucks, don't worry about the game either, because again, that's dismissive. But like I said, it just really upsets me when I see people do that, because like again, there's nothing wrong with not liking a game. If you've played the Shadowrun games and you're like, man, this one, it's a really grindy, the story is kind of short, and like you have to build up a squad which takes up forever, like honestly, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun to a lot of people. That's how the game is played. It is very grindy. You have to grind up money, you have to get a team, you have to do a lot of hacking, and then you got to do a story which takes like 2 hours. Like no joke, the story, once you get to the story, is very, very short, right? But that's like that's the difference between this game is bad and this game is here's all of the things, right? And none of that spoils the story, right? None of that tells you the story about like you have to go into the megacorp and break in and deal with the head of a megacorp and all of that stuff. Spoilers. You deal with a megacorp in Shadowrun. Who would have guessed? But like, but like the difference in like that game and how this one is more like of a gumshoe kind of detective game, right? But, and like we recently, for example, like we recently got through the Resident Evil games, and like 1 through 8, obviously. There's more than that. Like I haven't played Revelations or Code Veronica or Zero or any of those, but like for example, it's like I've been playing through those, and like basically every time I boot up a Resident Evil, people are like, "This is my favorite Resident Evil," and it's like, cool. What do you like about it? And a lot of times I don't even get positive critique, right? And that's another thing too that's interesting. And like I would say, lack of positive critique is not as damaging as the use of non-negative critique, like the idea of like this game sucks. But it's interesting because like again, it's still that lack of like discussion. It's just like, and again, sometimes it's just I love this because I love this. Sometimes that does happen, but it's like I really do legitimately want to know, like, why do people like the games they like? Because like it's important, right? Why do we gravitate towards the games that we gravitate towards? Why do we play what we play? Because the thing is not only does that let us learn about the games, not only does that let us learn about critique, it lets us learn about ourselves, right? Like, why do we gravitate towards horror? Why do we gravitate towards action games? Why do we gravitate towards fantasy, right? And it's important to have those kinds of like little introspection moments, you know? Sometimes we play games just to play games, just because they're fun and they like keep our mind busy and we don't have to think about other stuff, right? But sometimes it's a little deeper than that, right? And sometimes it's nostalgia, right? Like sometimes we love a game because it's what we played growing up. That's fine too, right? But I don't know. I just, and I know I'm probably just talking to the air here about it, but I like I said, I just wish people were more structured in how they approached like talking about games, and less like this game is bad, because that doesn't help anybody, right? That really does not help anybody, because it's like it doesn't start a conversation. It just ends a conversation. It's like, okay, well, if the game is bad, I guess I don't play it, right? Or I go, I'm going to ignore that person. I'm going to play it just because they said it was bad, right? Like, I don't know. And it also comes down to, I think you'll eventually get to the point where you start listening to people that you know, like, know what you're interested in, or at least have similar interests to, right? So if some like stranger comes into chat that you don't know and it's just like that game in the series is garbage, you're like, cool, random person from the internet that I don't know. But I think there's legitimately like a lot of people out there that like they see the good in everybody, so they'll see that they'll see that random person in chat and be like, oh, this person must be telling the truth, right? Like, because they just want to assume that people are trying to help them. And like I said, if I hadn't have seen that kind of stuff happen, I wouldn't like harp on it as much. But I've seen that stuff happen, because I do a lot of lurking, and I have seen people go, oh, that game's bad. I haven't heard that before, but I guess we'll just, you know, move past it, or we won't do it, or whatever. But people tend to think in groups, but it's double-edged sword. Sometimes they don't think for themselves. Yeah. There is the conformity thing, which it's human nature, right? It's human nature to want to conform, because it's easier to go, well, here's the confines, here's the set of the rules. If I follow these set of rules, everything will just kind of like work out, right? Which is unfortunately not how it usually works out. But there's a lot of our social structures that are built around the idea of conformity. But in the era of TikTok short form, this game suck is actually, yeah. Well, yeah, that's another thing, right? Because everything has to be short form. Everything has to be done within a minute. You know, this game is bad. Is what people want to hear. This game's good. This game's bad. Move on. This game's good. This game's good. Yeah. But, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, too, though, right? Like, with the groups, that's why you got to make sure, like, when you're in a group, make sure it's not an echo chamber, right? You want people that are going, hey, this game you didn't like, I actually did like. Let's talk about it, right? Like, perfect example is I played Grab by the Ghoulies, which I really didn't like, but, like, Leave really likes, or at least did like at some point. But it's important because it's interesting, because it's like, okay, now I get to have a conversation with Leave about, like, okay, what did Leave like that I didn't like? You know? And that to me is so much more important, because not only does Leave get to learn about, like, why I didn't like Grab by the Ghoulies, I get to learn why Leave liked Grab by the Ghoulies, and now whenever we see a game, we can go, oh, this is a game Leave might like because he liked this part of Grab by the Ghoulies, right? Again, it's about learning about people. It's about learning about yourself. It's about learning about other people, so that way you can, you know, have better connections with people, right? Oh, Cammy loves Resident Evil 6 because of this, like, branching, multi-connected narrative. Here's another horror game that does that thing, right? So I can, you know, I can connect Cammy with another horror game that does that. I've learned I don't know what I like. Fair enough. But, right? So that's kind of that for me. That's why I ask those questions, right? Is because I want to know what people like, so that way when I see something, I can go, this is a leave game, this is a void game, this is a Cammy game, right? And I can send that, that recommendation on like, hey, you should check this out, you might like it, right? Been 24 years, and I think I might be 20% accurate. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too, and also like that's part of the reason why I'm doing, why I'm going back and playing some of these games that I've never played before, is because like some of these games, like some of them I just missed, right? Some of them I just didn't know about. Some of them I just never got that chance to play. Some of them I passed over. I looked at them and was like, nah, that's not my thing. But I'm going back to play them because, one, your tastes change over time. That's just the long and the short of that. Is your taste do change over time. So sometimes you'll be like, oh, I played that when I was like 14, absolutely hated it. Ugh. Sorry about that. And then you'll come back and you'll be like, oh, now that I'm in my 30s, absolutely love it, right? Just gave up trying to show you things. It's like, I like something, I'll expose you to it, and you'll come around, or you won't. I mean, but that's the thing, right? Like, as long as you're like, hey, I like this thing, and whoever you're showing it to is like, I'll give it a go, or not interested, that's fine. That's healthy communication, though, right? Now, if you're spending time with someone who every time you show them something goes, I hate that thing you like, that's a problem. But you should always, again, you should have people around you that do want to know what you like, so that way they can go, oh, this might be something that they like. Let me show them this thing, right? Because that to me is there's a weird thing about building connections that I think people miss. And part of that, and maybe this is just a me thing, maybe I'm just completely making stuff up here, but for me, for part of building a connection is going, I see something, I think about a person that might like that thing, I connect that person with that thing, right? For me, that's how I like to build my like friendships and relationships and stuff, is I like to connect people with the things that I think they'll love, right? Because for me, connecting people with things that make them happy holds so much more value than me just giving them flourishes and flowers and stuff like that. Like going through the motions of trying to make them happy. Why try to make them happy when I can connect them to something that will almost guarantee to make them happy, right? Right. I think gaming, movies, media has also gotten worse. We have disliked something in comparison to the things released at the time, but compared to current offering, it's not as bad as we remember. I don't know if it's... See, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know if it's necessarily... You know what? I disagree that things have gotten worse. I actually think gaming has gotten better, but I think what it is I think gaming has gotten more structured, right? So, it used to be when we started gaming, like, about to show our age here, when we started gaming, no one had any structure, right? Everybody was just like, what's a video game? Throw it against the wall, see if people buy it, right? Now, we have structures, right? We have structures for an FPS game. We have structures for a horror game. We have structures for... Basically, if you name a genre, it has a game structure, or it has a bunch of subgenres with structures, right? Before, they didn't have that, right? I don't think that necessarily makes it worse. I just think that makes it more... it makes it follow a pattern. Like, I think it makes it easier to realize what's going to happen. So it takes away from, like, if the game is supposed to have a twist, you're already like, well, I already figured that out, right? Because you've seen the structure before, right? So it's one of those that's like, we know what to expect. Also, I think as you get older, you've taken in so much media, whether that's movies or games, or sorry, something popped up on my other screen, or just videos or whatever that like you already have, you've been exposed to so much that you have expectations, right? Your expectations have changed. Yeah, they've come, some things have become a little bit more generic. But the thing is there's still, like, I would argue there's still amazing things coming out, like every single year, right? Like, perfect example, like Claire Obscure this year, like they literally found someone on Reddit who had never released a professional album, and it is probably going to create like the soundtrack of the year, right? That's insane, right? And that's something that came out this year, right? You have Astrobot, which was what, last year, I think, which might revitalize 3D platformers. Not that the indie scene hasn't already been doing really great 3D platformers, right? You had again last year Balatro, which totally is kind of like revamped the idea of how people look at roguelikes. Like they're like, wait, this is just like poker, but it's a roguelike, right? And it's a simple concept, but it completely like changes the way you play, right? And I think it's what it's doing. We're about to get ads here in about a minute, by the way, so but I think what it is I think the reason why those games are getting popular is because they're taking that generic pattern that we're talking about, that thing that's been established, and they're twisting it, right? It's poker with a twist. Expedition 33, it's turn-based with a twist. Technically, Paper Mario did it first. I've talked about that when we were playing Expedition. The active in defense is technically in Paper Mario. Anyways, it's just got more of that. But you know, it's a thing you expect with a twist, right? And I think that's what's getting popular. Is it's subverting your expectations by taking that generic feeling and turning it a little bit, right? And the thing is there's a lot of indie games that are doing that. Also, there's people that come to gaming for different things, right? Because there's some people that play games strictly for a I want to do this thing a million times kind of experience. That's what sports games are for, right? They're like, hey, I want to play my favorite team or create my favorite team, and I'm going to make sure that I get the football from one end of the field down to the other, win those games, right? That is the experience that they buy every year. That is what they want from gaming, right? They want that structure. They demand that structure. In fact, they want that structure to keep improving every single year, right? So for them, that structure is important. Same thing with Call of Duty. Call of Duty, they want that FPS structure to be as structured as possible, but they want improvements. They want better guns, they want better movement, they want better maps, they want better tech, but it's still structured, right? So, because you got to remember that, like, streamers and people that play a lot of content are actually in the minority. Like, I know there's 3 million people that stream on Twitch, but you got to remember that, like, when Steam released their how many games do people buy on average thing, I think last year, the average was like 3. People bought like 3 or 4 games a year. That was it, right? I think that's what I saw. Maybe I was mistaken with how I read that. But like, imagine that, right? If you're buying 3 or 4 games a year, you're not worrying about how structured something is. But when you're like us, where you're buying hundreds, you know, because you're buying these like $3 game here, $5 game here, $10 game there, $2 game there, right? You're buying a bunch of things. Like, you don't want everything to feel exactly the same. You want things that are outside of that structure, right? So it's one of those that, like, we're looking at AAA and going, we've seen what you've been doing for the past 15 years. We don't want that. We're looking at indie games going, you're doing interesting things. Let's follow down that train, right? But I think the reason why older gamers like ourselves are going back to retro is because retro reminds us of a time where people were still exploring what cool things they could do, right? Those structures weren't fully established yet, right? They were still kind of amorphous. They were still trying to figure out, ooh, what does a platformer look like? What is a collectathon? What is an FPS game? They were still trying to figure out what those things were. So things just did things, right? Things were just weird. You would have a game, like, perfect example, Kodelka. That's a survival horror game with a JRPG combat system. Never, like, I had never seen that before. Now, there might be another game that does that. I don't know. Obviously, there's Shadow Hearts that comes after that. That is a sequel to Kodelka. But, like, Kodelka is a survival horror game with a JRPG in it. I love Kodelka. I wish someone else would kind of do that kind of thing. I think that would be a great thing, even in today's day and age, right? But because we were still establishing what is survival horror, what does combat have to look like, what, you know, because it was kind of this, like, we're figuring things out, so many cool things were being made, right? And I think, again, I think that's why so many of us are going back and playing older games, you know, PS3, PS2, PS1, PS3 and Xbox 360. I feel like we're kind of at the end, like the book end of that kind of figuring things out, I would argue. But like we're going back and playing Super Nintendo and through and Sega Genesis and Sega Saturn and, you know, stuff like that, because it's like you got your Sonics, but you also have your, like, Lester the Unlikely, right? Which is not a good game, by the way. Right? Because it's like, this was what platforming could be, but this also is what platforming could be. Because no one knew. Because people were still trying to figure it out, right? And I think that's why, again, I think that's why so many people have started gravitating towards retro stuff. At least older gamers have started gravitating towards retro stuff. It's because they want to feel that, like, when they pick a platformer, it doesn't feel like every other platform, right? Sorry, Lester, you love him. Nah. Lester can go get scared of a crab somewhere else. But right. So but now when I say platformer, people are like, oh, you mean like Ori, right? Or like Hollow Knight, which Hollow Knight is really not a platform. I guess it kind of is. It's a platformer Metroidvania. Or like perfect Metroidvania, like when you say Metroidvania, you know exactly what to expect. Most Metroidvanias play like exactly as you'd expect, right? So Grandpa Zulu is greater than Elden Ring. but yeah, so I think that's what it is, right? I think it's just because we want something that skirts our expectations in a modern gaming world, and that is what we grew up on, but that is not what we're really getting a lot of in today's gaming, right? I think that's what it is, in all honesty. Because, like, again, perfect example, like you had third-person shooters, but then you had Max Payne, which was a psychological time-stop shooter, right? Which technically the time-stop mechanic was used before Max Payne. It's just one of the ones that popularized it, right? So it's one of those that's like, again, we have these like, ooh, what is this new cool thing that someone's trying? What is this new cool thing that someone's trying? But now, we name a genre. You could name 15 things that feel all the same, because, like, a perfect example, like we were talking about how people talk about like recommending something with the thing. If I say recommend me Metroidvanias, someone could list like 15 Metroidvanias, and I guarantee you, even though they have different mechanics, they will all feel the same, because that's how a genre works, right? That's what you want from a genre. They all have the same structure, right? So I don't know. I would not say that I think things have gotten worse. I would say things have gotten predictable, right? I would say things have gotten predictable. But I'm looking at my retro shelf, and I'm trying to look at like like what games kind of like stand out. Um, but it's I don't know. It's interesting, right? Because again, I think it's just we are in the minority because people still want like Mario Kart, perfect example, right? Mario Kart World. It's like the 10th Mario Kart essentially, right? Because isn't there like an offshoot because there's Double Dash, right? So that would make Silent Alert time. All right. Because that yeah, there's like 10 or 11 Mario Karts, right? And like although they have different mechanics and add things throughout the years, like it's Mario Kart, right? They're all Mario Karts. Daily Premonition said that he wanted to make a survival horror game in the world where RE never existed. It's a divisive game, and I know a lot of people love it. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like it's interesting because what I always wonder too is I feel like there's games like Deadly Premonition, although I know Deadly Premonition has some like clunkiness to it, um, that like turned people away from it. It wasn't necessarily that I think the game was like terrible. I think it's that it was just a little clunky. Um, but uh, but it's interesting because it's like I really wonder that like if some of the games that were released when they had like a very popular competitor, I wonder if they were released like nowadays, if they would have done much better, right? Because everybody's expecting like, okay, this is what survival horror is, but here's this like weird game over here, you know? Let's check out this weird game, right? Because people are doing that now. People are checking out that um people are checking out those like weird offshoot games. Like we were just talking about Balatro. Again, it's a roguelike poker game, right? And that sounds like, what are you talking about? But it's actually really well designed, made by one person. Um and and that's the thing, right? It's little stuff like that that like what did we just played recently that I was like really let me open my Steam. That I was talking about, like I was like as used as a perfect example for why people should um like really get into gaming. I don't know. Game design. Do. I mean there's like No Skin, Look Outside, you know, stuff like that, but it's I don't know, man. I really wish like this is why I talk about preservation too. I really wish that like retro gaming was easier for people to get into because I do think that there are some really inspiring retro games that their mechanics would be so cool in today's gaming environment. Right? Like I really, really do. I think like I mentioned earlier, Kodelka. I really do think a Kodelka like game that's like survival horror meets JRPG. I think that could actually go really, really well. I know that the company is doing. I think it's called like Penny Dreadful or something like that. Penny Dread. What's it called? Penny Dreadful game. No, Penny Dread. Someone told me about it. I wrote it down. Let me see if I can. Where's my phone at? I wrote it down. Someone told me about it. That apparently the people that made Shadow Hearts is making another Penny Blood. That's what it's called. Penny Blood. Um, Penny Blood. Uh, oh, is it out? Penny Blood Hellbound? Oh, did I just like completely miss it? No, this is not it. Penny Blood, Shadow Heart. Do do do. Okay, so Penny Blood Hellbound is an offshoot. So it is related. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Parasite Eve has some elements, obviously, too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I think Parasite Eve's combat could be really interesting. That kind of like real-time ATP, but still kind of RPG-esque. Also, the way that it handles like weapon combination stuff. Like it's one of those like you could explore those systems, right? Like even if you didn't like you don't have to like take them wholesale. You could just be like, okay, I like how this weapon system works, or I like how this combat system works. You know, the problem is like there are a lot of people that don't want to take the risk, and I understand that to some degree. But like it's like if they took those systems and were like, hey, let's make a game around the system, like you could absolutely like find some really cool things or create something really cool that could be the next big thing, right? Because there's just like especially in horror, like the problem I have with a lot of horror recently is there's a lot of focus on this like first person jump scare heavy, like turn the corner, get jump scared, find a note that explains a bunch of stuff that really just it's not great, and then that's all you get, right? And it's just like if people went back and were like, what if we did some interesting things with survival horror? Because like right now, survival horror is doing really well, right? I really legitimately think if you're going to create a survival horror game, right now is the time to do it. But like, do what they were doing back then with survival horror. Do a Parasite Eve. Do a Kodelka. Do a Galarians, right? Do something interesting with it. Because when Silent Hill F releases and people go, man, I really want another survival horror to play until, you know, Resident Evil 9 comes out. You're there, right? You have it. You have that game for them, right? It just makes sense. I don't know, man. It's so sad that people are not exploring survival horror because there are tropes that now we do have like Tormented Souls 2 that's coming out. Although 1 was all right. I wasn't a huge fan of 1, but I'm hoping 2 will fix some of the issues that I had with 1. But I really do think that like they could do some really cool stuff right now. But man, I one, I really wish that again we had preservation so that more people could play these games, because I legitimately think if more people played Kodelka, I legitimately think people would love Kodelka. I think Kodelka is actually a really good game. Like the story is well done, the combat's well done. Like I don't like JRPGs like that much. I like some of them, but not a whole lot. I love Kodelka because the combat feels good and the survival horror aspect feels good. Like you would not think that like those two would combine well, but they really do. But like a horror JRPG, there are a few of those, but there's not a lot. That's a genre that could be explored very easily. Like, why are we not doing more horror like crossovers with other genres, right? We have horror FPSs, obviously, but like where is the I don't know, where's like I guess there are some horror platformers, but not a whole lot. Horror platformers, right? Horror collectathons, right? Like there's your $10 million idea. Go run and make some video games. But because like I mean we're playing a horror platformer today, which we should probably get into. But I don't know, man. I just I guess the thing is I really love gaming and sharing these moments with people and stuff like that. And I really wish that I could just give people access to like all the stuff I have access to, because like there's just so many great things that I wish people could play, but they go, "Yeah, I can't afford a $400 game or a $600 game or God forbid $1,000 game." Thanks, Kuon. Can't believe Kuon's back up to $1,000. Horror collectathon repo? No. Collectathon's different. Collectathons are very specific genre, which are still not very explored, honestly. There's not a whole lot of collectathons, which is very strange to me. Um, but yeah, it's just crazy to me that, like, I don't know, man. I just I want the newer generations of gamer to play older games because I know that they would enjoy them. But I also want like our generation of gamers to play the old games that they didn't get to play because I also know they would enjoy them. But there's no way to really do that because like emulation could be a pain in the butt. And retro collecting is just way too expensive now. I was checking, like, I hadn't checked on the Silent Hill games because I have basically all of them except Book of Memories because I don't have a PSP to play it, and I should probably get Book of Memories at some point just so I have it. But I don't like collecting for collecting's sake. I like collecting if I'm going to play the thing, right? Like my goal for collecting is so I can play the thing, probably more than once. But I was looking at the price of some of these Silent Hills, and it's just like Silent Hill 3 is like $400 something, and that's not even with the soundtrack, man. And I'm like, how could I tell people to play Silent Hill 3 when it's like $430? That's the cost of a Switch 2. Switch 2, a single Silent Hill game. Like, no. Like, I love Silent Hill 3. Like, literally, I have a Heather statue that's right underneath my Silent Hill collection. I'm not going to tell someone, don't get a Switch 2, buy Silent Hill 3. What the hell? Like, it's so irritating that this is the market we live in now. Because it's like, you better hope either you find someone who doesn't know what they have, or you stumble upon a gold mine, because otherwise you ain't playing anything popular anymore, especially in the horror genre, because it's so insane. $400 and something, man. 400. Kuon ranges anywhere from like 1,000 to like 1,500 now complete. Like, I'm like, that game isn't even that long. Like literally, Kuon it's 3 stories, and I think it took us like 2 streams, two and a half streams to beat. You're telling me that like something that takes maybe 8 hours is worth $1,500? No thanks. No thanks. That's a car. You can get a used car for the price of Kuon. Like, it might not be a very good used car, but you can legitimately get a used car for the price of Kuon. Like, what? Like, it's just, I don't know, man. That's the thing that just really sucks. Really sucks. It's like, Nightmare with me or Kuon. Dude, it's weird because like if I hadn't got these games at cheap, like when I found them, I don't think I would have ever gotten them, to be honest. Because like I said, I was looking at some of the prices. Now some of the prices did go down. Actually, the Kingsfield games prices have gone down. I believe all of them are under $100 now, which is crazy to think. because they were pretty pricey at some point. So it's actually really nice. So if you want to play the Kingsfield games, now it's actually, it seems to be the time to pick up the Kingsfield games, which is very cool. I do recommend the Kingsfield games. I love the Kingsfield games. They are pretty difficult and a little clunky, but I love Kingsfield. Kingsfield's what inspired the Souls series, by the way. But yeah, like I just like you're talking over $600 for like Rule of Rose. I think it's up to like almost $800 now. It's just like Rule of Rose, like honestly, it's not a bad game, but I don't think it's really that like fantastical. Like honestly, it's I'm trying to think if there's really anything that like stood out. Like it has an interesting story, and it has like that kind of like interesting like twists with the narrative, but like I don't know. I can't think of a single experience that's worth 2 PS5s. Right? Like I don't know, man. That's just I cannot think of anything. Like you're talking about a game that is like almost the price of a ticket to WrestleMania, right? Now it's like the nosebleeds, mind you, but it's like I don't know. It's weird because like that's why I've started like being very kind of weary about talking about like retro games and like having the physicals, is because like I think people think I'm like flexing. Like, and it's just like I'm not trying to flex. I'm just glad I have it, but I just like I feel bad now because it's like, oh yeah, this I could literally sell one of these games and buy a car. Like I don't, man, it's crazy, just absolute insanity. I don't know, man. I really do want preservation to take off. I want a company to like make a deal with like Sony and be like, hey, we're gonna get as many PS1 library, PS2 library stuff as humanly possible and get it ported to modern consoles and PC. I want a company that just does that, because like I think that would, like, honestly, I would sell my entire retro collection if I could have a company that would do that. Like, not because like I would want the money to do that, but because no, not behind a paywall. It's like that's why I want it to be a separate company and not run by Sony, because Sony does not know how to take care of its consumers. But I just want them to, so that people can have access to it. Basically, I need GOG's preservation, but for console games, for Dreamcast games, for PS1, PS2 games. Like PS3 games are really not that expensive. Same thing with PS4. Old Nintendo games. God, there's some cartridges. Chrono Trigger for Super Nintendo. That is a $200 cartridge. Yeah. $200 for a cartridge, just the cartridge. Insane. Now that one kind of makes sense because Toriyama passed away, and whenever an artist passed away, it usually drives up the price of whatever their art piece is. So that makes some sense, but still, it's insane. Bought all your stuff a long time ago, or given it, didn't realize how stuff went up so much a few years ago. Yeah, basically what happened, for anybody that doesn't know, with the retro market is in 2019, basically everything was like pennies on the dollar. Like, you could buy any retro game for like $50 or less for the most part, unless it was like collector's editions and stuff like that. But what happened is when COVID hit, people started getting into collecting, so it drove the price of everything up. It skyrocketed. Games that were $20 became $100, $200. It was insane. And basically, the market just never recovered. People just kept those prices high because there was always a collector's market. And then because it's collectors, they created scarcity for some games, which means that games that normally would be constantly be traded around stopped getting circulated because people were holding on to them. So instead of there being a constant stream of like 1,000 copies of a thing, there was now a stream of 10 copies of a thing, right? And because there was only 10 copies moving around, the price skyrocketed because supply and demand. So now, because everybody was collecting during the pandemic, all the prices are absolutely insane. But now again, some of them come down. There's also like there are like ups and downs within the market itself. By the way, do not buy horror games like in the month of October. That is the worst time to try to buy horror games. Every horror game in October is like almost double its normal price. Everybody tries to go to retro shops in October, and they're like, oh, I want to get Resident Evil. Oh, I want to get Silent Hill. Most of those games are like double their normal price. Just as a helpful hint, do not try to buy retro horror games in October. If you're gonna do it, buy it in a different month. Also, Christmas time, another terrible time to buy retro games in general. The prices go up. Well, it's sad, like you said. Video games are uniquely vulnerable to things just disappearing forever. It sucks, yeah. It really does. It really does. Like I said, that's why I'm really hoping GOG's preservation initiative lights a fire under enough people that they go, we should probably do that with our stuff. We should start preserving our older libraries. Because I guarantee you, in 10 years, if they do not preserve the PS1 and PS2 libraries, these games are going to be worth like $10,000. People are going to make a living off of selling PS1 and PS2 games. I guarantee you, if they do not start pushing preservation initiatives now, in a decade, people are going to be millionaires having a copy of Kuon. It's going to be insane. Like, they really, really need to fix this now. Because I was not, like I said, I was not expecting to look at the Silent Hill games and find out, because when I first looked at Silent Hill 3, because I've had Silent Hill 3 since release. I'll be perfectly clear. The only Silent Hill games that I bought were the PS3 copies of Downpour and Homecoming, because I had the 360 copies, and I wanted to get the PS3 copies because I wanted to play those for stream instead of the 360 copies, because I didn't have my 360 hooked up at the time. But those were super cheap because they're the PS3 copies. But at the time when I first looked at Silent Hill 3 for complete, it was like $100, which still very pricey for a game, mind you, but like not as bad. Now it's like 4 times that, and it's just insane. And that's just one. I told someone last night. I think no, it wasn't last night. It was the night before. I was in Leaf's stream, and we were talking about prices of stuff, and then that person, I think, I can't remember who it was, they got like super into like checking the prices of stuff, which was kind of funny. But I told him, I was like, yeah, to get a complete in-box copy of the series, all 8 games, if you wanted to get the PS2 version of Shattered Memories and Origins as well, Insomniac, yeah. So PS2 copy of Shattered Memories and PS2 copy of Origins, so you can play them all on the consoles from 1 to Downpour is about $1,500. And you know what's crazy about that? 400 of that is Silent Hill 3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure 400 of that is Silent Hill 3. It's insane. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Silent Hill 2. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 complete for PS2. Is $160, which not too bad for a complete. Silent Hill 1 complete runs you about $234, which PS1 games are going to be expensive. Silent Hill 3. Oh, no. Silent Hill 3 complete is 250. What was the one I was thinking of? Oh, no, I was thinking of Shattered Memories. Shattered Memories is the one that's 400. Yeah, 420 for Shattered Memories on PS2. That's the one I was thinking of. Silent Hill 4 is 160 on PS2. Homecoming PS3 is like 16 bucks. Downpour is like 65 bucks for Downpour? Wow. Wonder why that went up. And Origins on PS2 is 160. Yeah, so basically most of them are about 160, except Shattered Memories, which is 420. That's the one I was thinking of. Sorry, my bad. It wasn't 3. It was Shattered Memories on the PS2. What does the Wii one cost? Out of curiosity. Oh, it's less than 100 bucks for the Wii Shattered Memories, which arguably looks better. But yeah. No, sorry. I was talking about Shattered Memories. Shattered Memories is the one that was over $400 complete. So yeah, if you don't want to play the Wii one, good luck. My bad. I thought it was 3. Yeah, so all of them are about 160-ish. But still, it's insane. It's insane that, because again, you have to keep that in mind, that like just to play like the first 3 games, not even the first 4 games, the first 3 games of Silent Hill is the cost of a Nintendo Switch 2. Like that's where we're at retro game wise. The cost of Haunting Ground is probably like let me check. Probably the cost of a Nintendo Switch 2. Let's see. Haunting Ground. Haunting Ground complete. Yeah, Haunting Ground complete is $400. So Haunting Ground complete is almost the cost of a Nintendo Switch 2. And they wonder why people can't play retro games. Anyways, preservation now, preservation forever. If you haven't got the idea of that, that's where we're going with this. But anywho, I think it's finally time for us to switch back over and get into some Alice. So there we go. Let's get into this, shall we? Alright. Should be good. Let's go. But yeah, I really wish... I want just Kodelka now that I think about it. Yeah, I looked it up the other day. I think Kodelka's about $300 something. Yeah, 330 bucks. CIB. And of course, I'm only talking about the American versions. A lot of the PAL and Japanese versions of games are a lot cheaper. Cranking up and pressing down. So if you live somewhere not the U.S., you get to save a lot of money. You live in the U.S., good luck. Well, I guess it's U.S. and Canada, so...
Nature thrives on suffering, obsolescence, and ruination, Alice. It's made the East End into a privy. Consider a simple farm life in Australia, perhaps. We might liquidate what remains of your inheritance.
Okay. So far, so good. So I need to go up. You can't go that way. Okay, so there's a pin there. I'm trying to see if there was anything hidden. Like, this goes back up, but I don't see anything. I guess it's just so I can reach over here. Hey, Zero Wise Man. How you doing today? Oh, this is gonna suck. We have to throw that. Oh. I don't know how I was supposed to see the platform there. Gave me a weird camera angle. Oh, that stops the crushers. Okay. That's not what I thought that was gonna do. Okay. Need to get up there somehow. Am I not fast enough to get through there? Apparently not. That's too far. Is there something we can shoot? Good day, just watched your dog Charlie. He's not so happy with you, he hates bath time. Yeah. Yeah. Clean dog is always good. Oh, okay, we just can't. We just had to jump. Okay, we got a keyhole down there. Do that. How far are you in this game? We're still in the Hatter's area. We're trying to assemble the Mad Hatter, so I wouldn't say we're super far. Alright, let's go through this keyhole real quick. But I don't know, this is my first playthrough, so we've only done one other stream of it, so that was close. Alright. How many teeth do we have? 554. I'm trying to get enough to upgrade our blade. Throw that there. Alright, let's look around. Make sure there's no items. There's some stuff over there. There's some stuff over there. I want to go check that out. Like a memory or something over there. How do I get over there? Ah, sneaky. Oh, no, it was over here with some teeth. Huh. Here there'd be something else. Smash. Oh, reloaded.
Work until you expire. Substantial rewards in heaven. It is better
Okay.
to give labor than to receive payment. To live by. You can eat them too. A work is paradise. Not a cheap slogan.
Miss anything? Oh, there. Huh. Okay. Fell off. Need you to come after in front. Okay, fine. Alrighty. Death that way. Teeth, flower that way. Alright. Let's see. See the teapot. Oh. Okay. 4 points. Got it. Oh, hi. this? Ah, it's a memory.
Some insects eat their young, Alice. They have much to teach us, alive or dead.
Okay, that's a interesting random factoid, I guess. Oh, it's the dodos. What's supposed to do here? That's nothing. For that one to go down. That was close. Can I shoot this light bulb? What about the dodo? No. Okay, jump here. Very close to being able to upgrade our knife. Pull lever. Okay. Can't get anywhere from here. So it wants me to go down there, but that doesn't make any sense. Ah. I think I can make that from here, can I? Okay, okay.
Cover its cage and the canary goes to sleep, Alice. Out like a snuffed candle. Sleeps the sleep of the just. Like Mama and Papa. After 10, they're unconscious.
Okay. Sure we don't miss anything. Nope. Okay. Oh, we got enough to upgrade our weapon. Vorpal blade.
Your dogged persistence
Okay, it was a
will
rabbit.
be rewarded with pain! A told you to cease and desist, but my warning goes unheeded. So without regret, you're about to feel like a lobster who's being tossed into the boiling pot.
So that's gonna hit me. I hesitated there for a second. That was on me. I'll wait again. Yeah, I'm stuck on the wall. Oh. I was just checking to make sure there wasn't anything like hidden down somewhere or something. Okay.
Aha! That's it. I can feel it surging. Faster, my fine feathered friends. Don't stop now.
That was close. Sure there's nothing else hidden. Good enough. Okay. I was wondering if I could just float all the way there. Nope. No, I'm hitting the wrong buttons, dude. Wrong button. Another bottle. Okie dokie. Pull the lever.
Don't you dare stop! Keep running or so help me out! Out! Out!
I always forget that I can air dash too. So I know you're gonna go. I'm not gonna fall for that. This. Levers that way. Oh, lever.
No! Stop! That's enough now! Oh, stop! You're running, you blithering Egypts! You think that can stop us? The merest trifle. I'll be leaving now. Never catch me. Don't even try.
We didn't miss anything. Alright, unless I put the legs in the garbage chute. And now the Mad Hatter is reassembled. Except his hat, I guess. I'm guessing we'll get that back after we meet the bosses. Oh no, there we go.
I've finished my work and you're complete, Hatter. Now, what about this damnable train?
I feel like a new man, or whatever I am. I feel like an unsprung spring, like an uncorroded gear, like an untarnished bit of metal that sticks in your eye.
Answer me, Hatter. I'm suffering, and changes here are a cause, or they're a reflection, or the effect. What's going on? What are the new rules?
The law is just a whisper away, away home to wonder who knows how to measure rules with a ruler. Cruel rules.
Idiot. I should have left you in bits. Come, the least you can do is help me discover what's going on.
Okie dokie.
Come here, ears, hold your nose, abandon false hope, forget the past. The damage is done, let the madness begin.
Papa, your enthusiasm for photography makes the library smell like rotted fruit. I'm certain these solutions are toxic.
Abandon false hope. Damage is done. Let the madness begin. Resume all aboard.
Okay.
These cockpits will be our macadam, our road into assemblage.
Hold on a little bit, buddy. I gotta. Gotta make sure that I got all the teeth. How much is the next upgrade out of curiosity? 800. Paint the rose red. 0 of 4. They haven't been shown that mechanic. I'm guessing that gives us more hearts or more roses.
Courage, Alice. I'll get this door open.
Front Clockwork Bomb in combat has multiple benefits. Divert enemies and damage them when detonated.
Trying to think, but nothing happened. Ah, there! Now I've got it!
How much was it, by the way? 800. Well, I thought I
Oh,
said.
yes, I'm on a roll. It won't be long now. I can't be a bubble. Follow me.
Want my teeth. Thank you. There's no hidden things. Okay. Kabubbled. Okay, I'll move this way. Ah, another memory. Oh, weird.
Whoever said there is no book so bad but something good may be found in it never read Martin Farquhar Tupper's proverbial philosophy.
Okay.
This feels like an earthquake. What's happening?
Do I really look like I know? Your judgment must be severely impaired.
Oh, there's something in the door in the hole next to him. Maybe a lever. Alrighty. Shrink. Again. I heard a pig snout or something. Oh, the lever. Oh, this looks great. Oh, it's a train. An interesting looking train.
We found the source of the shaking, but are those two quaking? What are they up to?
You'll never stop us, silly Hatter and Alice. It's left. You're too
The
late.
insolence, the arrogance, the execrable table manners. They are destroyers of Wonderland, defilers, denuders, derangers, delightful,
Did they actually create that infernal train to destroy Wonderland?
What does that matter? They deserve to die. Ah! Put me down this instant. I ought to...
Enough talk. Battle time, missy. Abandon false hope. Forget the past. The damage is done.
Let the madness begin. Resume the folly.
Oh, that looks fun.
Ow! Oh no!
Oh, guess no boss fight.
Precious dream. And the guests. All I really wanted was another tea party.
Please, Hatter, you promised. Where is that train going? What's its purpose? Tell me, now.
No time for whatever it is you want to talk about. It's time for tea. Talk treats with turkey and the looking glass eye. Come on, you lot. We can still be friends. Got a fine Darjeeling. Drink.
My memories are shattered. I'm trying to collect the pieces, and I now believe the train impedes me. You must help me. You promised.
Ask the one who helps them what else themselves. Whoever that is.
Very painful. He deserved to die. And I'm about to drown in tea in ignorance.
Okay. But it's truly served by those who stand and wait. It's the head in other regions. If absence makes the heart grow fonder, what does presence make?
Caught my very own river nymph.
Saints be praised that he works in mysterious ways. Got plans for her.
Take her over to the mangled mermaid. Rent a bed.
Want
Yikes.
to woo a girl, Mr. Brawl.
do you think you're doing?
What comes natural like?
Not natural to me. Get away.
How do we end up in the river? Interesting.
The
There's
white
a
cat
cat.
reminds me of my snowdrop. Nanny knew her.
We were on a roof last time we checked. Destined for Billingsgate Market. No one asked where they came from, which is a mistake. Fish from this reach of the Thames is toxic.
Bit of a pea souper tonight, eh, Jake?
Yeah, wouldn't want to be out in this muck.
Same as a job?
We got 2 doing this morning. If it's any worse, they're not going to make it.
Know what you mean?
What do the crates contain? It's the stuff I dreamed, as close as I'm likely to come to exotic places. Ice can reflect an image and, like amber, trap and preserve a thing forever, at least until it melts. Wait, we're getting an ice level this early? Okay. The Mangled Mermaid.
Tart with some rough edges. Likes everything rough, I'll wager.
A handsome offer, but I've got an appointment with another man.
Well, girl, how hard do you want to make this?
You should know that doctor says I've a terrible disease.
Okay. Paralytic addiction disqualifies drunkards from any honest means to acquire strong drink, inhibits fear and shame, and emboldens the commission of desperate acts. But I wonder what comes of Chris. Carnival of Oddities, Walrus Man. Easton's lousy with spectacles and exhibitions, fire eaters and freaks. This playlet's likely a bloodthirsty, flamboyant, melodramatic with saucy songs. The audience will be raucous and rowdy as the performers.
Where's me money, you fucking spunk bucket?
Get those fat-assed whores out on the street, or I'll come up and brain
Sod
you.
off, you cocker-snipe. You'll never get past Long Tim.
I'll get what you and your floozies owe me, Miss Ladybird. See if I don't.
Maybe you noticed I'm not pissing me drawers at the prospect. Alice Liddell, you'll make a nice change. Bring your dishevelled self up here.
Uh-oh. Walrus Man. Uh-oh. This guy. Heard the Tim said he likely to die from a social disease. Poor man never dreamed its name was Jack Splatter.
He's getting murdered. Free Bob there.
Order anything on the list, but don't expect to be served anything but stale beer or rock gut gin.
Come on, my granny, it's harder than that.
You won't give me what I want? I'll burn this dump of yours down to the ground.
Go away. She's done no harm.
She hurt me feelings.
Ah, fire. Ow. Jeez.
Act like a snuff candle. Sleep,
Oh, we are going to the highest level now. Wonderful. Oh, nice. Guessing this is chapter 2? Yes, it is. Still haven't figured out what to paint the rose red is. They never taught us that mechanic. These are the new boxes. Moon is the moon is smoking the Aurora Borealis. Nice. Looks like we can slide down this way. Okay. Oh, weird. Okay. Weird Yeti. We blow this up. We do. Okay. So that's what our new explosive things look like. And that's where we need to go. Shoot this guy. I hear a pig's mouth though. Okay, it's below us. I shoot this. Can, but it doesn't do anything. Basket, basket. Biscuit, a tasket. What's that? Is it a pogo stick or hobby horse? Throw out obstacles with unbridled power. Stampede through the opposition. Smashes through weak surfaces with ease. And also break through enemies' defenses. Okay, so this is our hammer weapon. Ice Snark. Hey, OG, how you doing today? Welcome in. What are you playing? Red Dead Redemption 2. How's that going? How you doing today? You guys not following Bad Idea? Bad Idea's been playing some Red Dead Redemption 2, I believe with crowd control, so if you want to get in on some of the silliness there. Oh, I see, okay. I need to use the hammer to get it come out. Just beat it finally. Nice! R2, okay, R2 up. What'd you think of it overall? Had to button up with TikTok? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, like the close TikTok and stuff? Remember to spend your teeth, yes sir. But I'm guessing it's telling me that I can now upgrade the hobby horse, yep. Love ending? Nice. Okay, we know that way, but ear pig snout. There's a memory in there. From that. Where is this? There it is. I think I can hit that from here. Where do I... Jump, jump, jump. I play it again with the challenges so I can acquire weapons, ammo, and food. Nice. Yeah, I haven't played either one of the Red Dead games.
Grave news. The ship was crushed and her crew lost.
No
She was
purchasing.
not
Nice.
built for navigating the Arctic ice fields. The recent competition of governments in fitting out polar expeditions is a needless waste of human life.
Yeah, challenge runs are always interesting because it's like, alright, we have to think about like how the game was not intended to be played like this, and then you do some mods too. Cool. You do some like interesting things. Oh, the sun is frozen. See it over there? It's funny. It's always interesting to do challenge runs and stuff. Target you. Look at these guys. Alright, we gotta get a little bit better with that. So we have a challenge wheel for Cyberpunk on very hard. Hard is too easy. Nice. Yeah, I still need to go back and play the DLC for Cyberpunk. I was playing some of it off stream, but we haven't done really a playthrough since release, so... And they've done a lot of changes. They just released an update for it, too. Did you see the update? New driving mode? Okay. I didn't look too much into it, I just saw that they released a new driving mode. That's interesting.
Grizz Witless never saw a bottle of gin she couldn't empty in an hour. Do most anything for thruppence and a long taste of blue ruin.
It's hoping for cyber arms. Well, don't they have? They've got gorilla arms and mantis claws, right? The arms itself. What do you mean? Oh, like a cosmetic thing? Oh, okay. I was like, they are metal arms. But yeah, no, I get it. Without using mods. Yeah. Okay, there's some platforms there. Here are the pigs now. Where is our pig now? Probably above. We need to... Alright, have fun. I'm gonna take a nap and get my sleep. Alright, well, sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. We're just gonna be trying to make some more progress and some madness returns here. But I do appreciate it. Have a good day. Hopefully everything goes well with you. So, ooh, picnic basket. We do love some teeth. Give us some of them upgrades. I think we're gonna try to get Vorpal Blade maxed out. Even though I feel like the Pepper Grinder is probably the better choice. This looks like a sliding section. Got... Go this way. Oh, we're going full Mario 64 here. Stuff on that. If there's... If I do this, does that take me back to the top of the slide? No, take me back here. That's unfortunate. Just to go down. Take out the fish or a heavy hit there. Yeah, make sure there's something in this room. Nope. Big ol' nothing there. Okay, we got a shell. Yeah, I stole a shell. I didn't have to like zoom in on it. Bottle.
Ah, there you are, Alice. How is the Queen of Hearts like a typhoon?
In all ways, but the typhoon doesn't mean to be. We were asked this question before.
You're correct, miss.
In the first game. Oh, is this our first paint it red? Rose paint. Ah, okay. Alright, before we continue on, oh, there we go. I need to run to the restroom. I will be right back. Okie dokie. Hey, Brian, how you doing today? Let me get you a shout out. Not following Brian Brownie. Brian does some Marvel Rivals. Used to do some Elden Ring. Did some Silent Hill 2. And apparently playing Lost in Random: The Eternal Die, which I believe is the sequel to Lost in Random. I've seen those games, but I have not played them yet. So they seemed interesting. How are you liking them? I like the art style of those games. I might play them at some point if I didn't have 5 million other games to play. We're on building a fake desktop for VFX. Nice. Second one is literally Hades. I didn't really like Hades, to be honest. Not because I don't think Hades is good, it's just not my type of game. I'm not very good with bullet hell kind of things. Okay, listen for the pig snout. I'm guessing it's right around this corner. So there's gonna have to be a thing over here. Teeth. Go through the hole. These games feel like being 18 again. Oh, the Alice games?
So I says to the bumble, I says, Mother Milton's all fine and good, but a waste of a perfectly good bottle. I could fill it with gin for threepence.
Yeah, that's my first time playing it. I've always loved the aesthetic of these games, but I never got a chance to play it, so that's why I wanted to give them a go. We did play the first game, which is a little rough. It hasn't aged great, but it's okay. So there's a platform off that way. Hasn't aged the best, but what's that? Oh, it's a fish. It's just kind of weird shadow. But it was alright. We did have a problem with one of the bosses, but I figured out a trick with it, so we were able to overcome it. Okay, so we can go that way, or we can go this way. That way seems the correct way, so let's go this way. Oh. No, maybe this is the correct way. See, I hate moments like this where there's a choice, because it's like... once we get stuck in a direction, we miss something, because we had that happen before in the first chapter. Oh, okay, wait a second. We can go back in this way. Where I stepped through an area, and then it just locked me out of the thing before. So, off of those would give you a chance to... well, sometimes this doesn't. That's the problem, right? Sometimes you can't go back to get the collectibles. That's why I was like, gotta make a right choice here. Yeah, if you can always go back, then it's not as big of an issue, but when you can't go back, that's like a big problem. Okay, so this is the correct way. Oh. Say it like this. It's a perfect example. Oh, maybe not. We just barely... Oh, we just barely made it. I was like... if we couldn't make that jump, that was almost one of those examples of what I was just talking about. Oh, what? Stop sliding! Oh. Yeah, no, actually, we might. Might be in a situation. So there might be another way we can do this. Right. If I jump, glide. Nope, I can't do it. See, now we're stuck. Right? This is what I was talking about. So I can't explore that area that was over there. Because I can't get back. It doesn't look like, so I that's the thing I really don't like. I might be able to get back. Maybe no. Ugh. I'm trying to look around while jumping, and that does weird things with the platforming. I was trying to see maybe if we could go to the right there. Might go over this way. See, because you can't latch onto ledges in this one like you could in the first game. Maybe we can make it from this ledge if I jump correctly. Jump, jump, jump. Nope. Alright, let's see. Starts. Yes. Let's see where this puts us. That's when you guys were fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. We were talking about like older games and stuff earlier. Spent like an hour just chatting about retro games and all of that. Okay, so go to the right first. But talking about how I still think there's a lot of great ideas that like retro games did that like people just never really followed up on, that I would love to see like people actually like do something with, but I don't know. Also, I've always been a proponent for preservation. I still think there are some things that people need to some company needs to come through and just like get the whole PS1 and PS2 libraries and preserve them so that these prices for these games are not $1,000, which is just insane. Hey Stray, how you doing today? Head to work soon, just saying hi. Alright. Have a good day at work, I do appreciate it. Hopefully everything goes well. Stay hydrated, stay cool. I know it's hot in a lot of places, so we're gonna go this way first. It looks like it connects back around. So if a fan point directly at your eyeballs, yeah. It is really rough. I also have like heat sensitivity issues, so it makes it even worse. Okay. See, this is a whole section we would have missed if I didn't restart. You know, section from living in the Southwest combat. Yep. Exactly what I'm dealing with, among other things. Hello? Getting stuck on the wall there. Such a nightmare, yeah. Like, it's weird, like... Like, I don't have a problem, like, being sweaty. My major issue is, just getting hot. Like, the I don't know why I jumped off there like I was gonna make that. Okay, I'm gonna need to stay on this. Some solidarity, yeah. Like, it's just, it makes it, like, where this constantly, like, being hot makes it to where it's, like, it's uncomfortable. But usually it's, like, I'm in a public space, so it's, like, I'm uncomfortable in a public space, which makes me double uncomfortable. So it's just, like, and I don't want to be, like, I don't like being irritated around people, right? Because I don't want to take it out on them or anything like that, so it's just, like, okay, well, I have to find a way to cool off, but a lot of times there's not a way to cool off, and fans can be really noisy, so it's like, okay, I can't deal with a fan blowing on me while trying to talk to somebody, because then it's like I can't hear what they're saying because I have hearing loss. It's just a cacophony of stuff, right? So it's just a pain. Because it's like, I want to be, you know, I want to make sure that I'm being attentive for people, and, you know, when they're telling me stuff, and all of that. Okay. So let's go back and grab these teeth and everything. We made that jump before. Why did it not work that time? Really good on summer for that reason. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't get out much anyways, because I like, I don't have the ability to drive because I have a bunch of medical conditions. So like, I don't get out much anyways. But it's even worse in the summer. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now we're finally grabbed all the things. Hopefully we didn't miss anything back in that cave. I'm gonna ask what city you're in. I mean, I could probably just say deep south and you'd probably figure it out from there. Actually, I made friends that were super close to me. Usually when I say deep south, it narrows it down to like 2. But Texas. Yeah, Leave and Void and stuff, they're from Texas too. But no, I'm not from Texas. Okay. I was trying to use the thing to see if there was something I could see with theirs, because you can only see certain things with this special site, so I was trying to see if there was something that way. But here in GA the other day, I walked out and immediately had your strength sapped. Yeah. Not in Georgia, but I am adjacent to it. We'll say. Oh, we're gonna crawl through there. I thought we were gonna break it.
You
Like,
better come aboard, Alice. We're doomed, of course.
What? There's no hope then?
Oh, there's an infinite amount of hope, but none for us. Now get up here.
It is reload kills. Maybe with the fibro, yeah.
We're almost relatives.
You're related to Sue,
I don't dare. We'll leave this man and go to Copping's show. But a gaff, Carpenter seriously can't harm us.
Best dive now, Admiral, or the sharks will have us for lunch.
Yeah, humidity is not great either. Avoid shipwreck sharks, cannon fire, and mines. Press X to fire cannons and fire depth charges. Okay. Oh, what? I was not expecting. Okay. This was not what I was expecting from this perspective, but okay. Okay. That's weird. Sometimes, like, the cannonballs just, like, miss. Okay, so that's what depth charges do. Ugh. Wrong stuff with my mirrors or other things. Oh yeah, it's not a good time, but you gotta just roll with the punches, you know? Well, looks like we survived. I wonder if there's an achievement for getting 10,000 points on that. Probably is. Or not missing any of them. It's just sometimes the cannonballs would, like, go through them. Like, they were, like this, and it would just, like, just barely graze them and not count as a hit.
Ow! My body aches all over. We submerged too quickly.
My ship's a wreck, and I am too.
Admirals go down with their ships. In any case, I never knew you for a sailor. If memory serves, you were station master of the Looking Glass line.
Sacked from the railroad without the option. Redundant, the nitwit said. Never a holiday. Loyal as a bulldog. Going in a different direction, my Aunt Fanny, if I had one. Going off the rails more like bloody disaster. Now I'm shipless. The old railroad's dead, and this thing's a monstrosity. It never runs on time. Engineers asleep at the switch. What I don't know about it can't hurt me. Say no more. Nod's as good as a wink. Change the subject. We avoid speaking about the thing whose name should not be spoken.
Hearing something useful about this new train would make for a change.
You don't respect the suffering of others. Go ask your questions and smart remarks to Caterpillar.
I'm sorry, Admiral, really. Please, tell me what you know about the train.
I'll just say we've escaped a contaminating corruption. Count yourself lucky to be down here.
But I don't want to escape. I want to stop it. I must stop it to save myself. And Wonderland too.
Nonsense. Speak more nonsense. Diversions rule the day. The show must go on and so on. Speaking of shows...
We weren't.
Yeah, well, never mind. Here's a ticket for the show Carpenter's mounting. Use it.
Looted deaths. Yeah, so it's interesting. So, like, this game is not like a like direct copy of the first game, but it's hitting a lot of the same beats. Oh, you're talking about the cow turtle?
Scoundrel was fitted with grotesque headgear. If I have ever owned an accessory that unseemly, I'd burn it, destroy all evidence of it, and deny its existence. I value my reputation.
This guy? Yeah, it's a cow turtle. We met him in the first game. But yeah, it's interesting because it's like, again, it's different enough that like the story doesn't feel exactly the same, but it also is, it's very close. It's like, oh, something's wrong with Wonderland and we have to figure out what it is. And okay, how do we go through here? Oh, I see. Like, how do we get through there? So I'm curious on how they're going to make it feel different enough. Like, obviously the game itself looks different, plays a little bit different, the platform's better, the combat's better, stuff like that, but pig snout. There it is. Let's go over here first. Oh, good things I can only break with the hobby horse now. Interesting. Going back to Mads. Yep, I figured that's what was going to happen, but I just had to try. Now, can I shoot, like, this eyeball? No. Okay. Oh, I missed a tooth up there. Oh, well. back up there. Jump. This is like one of the things I don't like about this one in particular. You only get that like extra boost right at the first time you do the vent. And if you don't know like something's in a area, like it just, you basically can't get it. It's very weird. So like this one like really like throws you up. So like if I don't, oh, that was weird. I was up there and then I wasn't. Also, I'm fighting the camera on this one. Oh, come on. Because like if I jump, right, it pulls me down. There we go. It's that one's a little weird. The way the vents work on this one is not super great. I don't know if I can make it to that vent. No. Okay, that's fine. It'll just go this way. Okay. Oh, we're going to have another flaming house flashback here.
I was the last one in the library the night of the fire. The log I added to the grate was dead when I went upstairs to bed with Dinah. If it wasn't, I may be responsible for my family's deaths.
So they are retconning something. It was heavily implied in the first game that the furnace is the reason why the house burned down. Because the Jabberwocky, when we fought the Jabberwocky, the Jabberwocky was basically in... Oh, once I go quickly up. Was in the shape of the furnace. You dead? But here they're making it seem as if there was a log in the study that caused the fire. Which does not... Can't. Invisible platforms. Which is a change.
I'm pleased you love those creatures, Alice. Photographs are a kind of imitation. A great painter captures a true likeness. The camera helps an amateur come close.
I mean, we could find out, like, in a twist that, someone killed Alice's family, I guess. But... because, like, the first game made it seem like the story was about survivor's guilt, right? So, like, the furnace burned her house down, and she was the only one that survived because her parents helped her survive. That was kind of the vibe that it gave off. But this one, like I said, I was curious if that was going to happen, where they like kind of retconned it a little bit. To tell a little bit of a different story. Okay, where's the next platform? It's right there. Okay, there's that. I mean, it still could be a story about survivor's guilt, but... yeah, I hear a pig snout. There it is. What does that do for us? Ah. Teeth. Hit the teeth. So, I don't know. We'll see how this story like goes as we go on. But yeah, that's the first scene we've seen that kind of retcons what we saw in the first game. It says there's a keyhole. There's the keyhole. Trying to get to 800 to upgrade the Vorpal blade, so getting close. Barrel bottom.
What lies beneath this patina of civility? Something wicked, I'll wager.
Something wicked. Hmm. Hey, break this. Some floating teeth out here. Whenever camera changes angle like that, it also changes the controls. So if you ever see me just spin around randomly, that's what it is.
Most theatricals and gaffs are unsuitable for young persons. Punch and Judy dust-ups are no more than vulgar domestic arguments.
Hey, Bertie. Okay. Let's go this way. Ooh, this is another riddle. Let's see.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
Can you survive the passage of time? Okay, they don't seem to be dropping health, so it might just be better for us to just, like, dodge around. Okay, let's say the passage of time. Okay, yeah, it was literally just the passage of time. Okay, so not all of the challenges.
You've already missed the train.
That's also our first look at the rabbit. Because we've met the Hatter before, but I don't think we've seen the rabbit so far. Paint the rose red. There's a keyhole over here. Another bottle. Camera change, there we go. Okay. 122 away from that Vorpal blade upgrade. I don't know how high it goes. Get some health back, that's good. Not that way, but there's a tooth there, a tooth there, a tooth there. Drury Lane Theater. Okay. What the heck is that? Drifting room. That's new. Trying to see if we could go in there, but I guess not. Okay, we got. Oh I see. So. Oh, you can only hit them while their faces are available. About to say, there's gotta be something over here. There's a platform over there. I need you to come over here. Oh, I forgot it moved. Oh, okay, you do. That's what I thought. Like, are you gonna shoot something? What does this give us access to? What's this platform here? That's very strange. Usually they don't give you a platform if there's no reason for it. I don't know. Wait, did this actually trigger it? Okay, anything trigger it. I was curious to see if that was going to do it. Okay, nothing else hidden in here. Okay, it says pig snout. Probably that way. Yeah, there's the pig snout over there. Oh, that was weird. Okay, that gives us a platform there.
Epidermis was singed to the third layer, and the rest of her skin was as brittle as carp scales.
Oof. Okay. Let's break this. Was there one on the other side too? I didn't get that. We'll go back over there. Alright, let's go over this way. This. Up here. Is there another chest? On the side. There wasn't. Okay. So now we just need to do the actual platforming section here. Throw this at him. No, you have to blow him up with his own bombs. Oh, we got 800, which means now we can upgrade the Vorpal Blade to 4. I'm guessing it goes to 5, right? Nope, it goes to 4. Fully upgraded Vorpal Blade. More than a mouthful's. That's what we got there. Alright. So next we'll upgrade the grinder. Okay, it says there's something to shoot that way. Yeah. Well. Looks like we're heading to the theater. Alright, how much do we need to upgrade the grinder? 575. Oh, this is so we can shoot it. Okay. I was like, why do we even need that platform? We don't. Oh, our teeth fell. Smash. Drury Lane Theater. Nothing that way. Nothing that way. Guess we're just going in the front. It's like a walrus.
Ah, Alice!
Oh,
Delighted
okay,
to
this
see you
is the
again, my
statue.
dear. Your arrival is filled with fortunatality itself.
Really? I didn't even know.
My pregnant show is about to pop. It requires only a medicament of your health philosophy.
Remember we saw
I don't
the
have much
poster in the real
experience,
world.
But I do need to reconstruct my...
We can barter. Have a nice screwdriver, nearly new, or a nice hammer if you're
There's a
more
train
interested.
that's corrupting Wonderland, and
Oh,
I'm
there's a
looking
bottle
for
over
help
there.
to restrain or destroy it.
Most vexatious, no doubt, would address that monstrosity directly. That's to say, eventually. Now, let's intermediate more important matters. Due to a logisterical foul-up, some of the show's requisites need to be gathered. The munificent script needs fetching.
Script?
The writer's overly imaginative and exploring several endings. Then you'll need to assemble the show's tune-deft music.
Music.
And finally, gather our stars. the show's tasteful performers. You should leave now. The essentiality of haste is essential.
Okay.
It hardly seems you're ready for the show. Why can't you assemble these things yourself?
An impresario has arrangements. Ducks in a row, fish to fry, calls to Newcastle, etc., etc. Fetch the script from the writer, then we can batter or clatter or natter, as the case may be.
Is the writer cantankerous?
To a personage of your distinguished repudiation, I blush at the notionality. He's an octopus, by the by. Lives over that way. Ta-ta.
Okay. Make sure we grab that. It lives over that way. Interesting. So they're kind of repeating a structure here. We went into the first area. We had to assemble the Hatter. And then now we have to bring the show together. Not, in all honesty, I'm not really a fan of that kind of, like, here's a hub, collect the hello game. I think the game just froze. Oh, it's the whole console. Give me a second. Let me restart the console. Give it a few seconds before we get back into it. Sorry about that. Didn't realize the whole console was gonna have an issue. But, yeah, I've never really been a fan of that kind of structure of, like, go to a hub, collect a bunch of things, go back to hub, go to a hub, collect a bunch of things. Oh, now the PS3 is not turning on by the controller. Like, it's an easy structure, right? But why is this controller not working? Now the controller's not connecting. Okay. Very strange. Sorry about that. Back to the game. See see where it saved us. It should have saved us, I'm guessing, after. Grab that just to make sure. Okay, I guess it was just maybe like a memory leak or a runtime thing. Sometimes older like PS3 games have a thing where if they run too long, they'll
If you spent as much time practicing as you do in Wonderland, you'd be the next Sullivan or Gilbert or one of them.
well, if you leave certain games running too long, they have a tendency to crash. PS3 was notorious about it. There's quite a few PS3 games that have that issue.
You're sufficiently fortified to kick some to boot these creatures' nether region.
He almost said to kick some ass. Well, I guess. Cannon crab. Oh, I hit it to it. Am I supposed to? Oh. We're learning. So now there are two of them. Okay, so you have to deflect. Just gonna focus on one for now. Okay, so you can't do it immediately afterwards. There's a little bit of like an invincibility there. Okay. So now they're really expecting us to kind of use our different tools, which is good. Where's the other one at? Up there. There we go. Shit, there's nothing in these caves. Nothing hiding. Guessing it wants us to go there, but... We need teeth, so... All the way back down. Oops. Okay, so now we're gonna go from here to here. Oh, come on, I touched that. You saw that, literally. Blech. Okay. Bump your head on that, I guess. Try this one more time. Jump, 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 slide. Okie dokie. Oh, there's an octopus.
Place smells like a ripe distillery with a whiff of halitosis and urine.
It's a scent of unrecognised genius. So piss off.
More empties than a Dublin brewery. The carpenter sent me.
For starters, the carpenter is a pusillanimous, parsimonious, pettifogging moron.
That's his maybe, but he sent me for this script. I need...
Your needs are shite. I need a drink. Who cares? I need those responsible for my abortive career in chains. No joy. I need to know what love is. The world is mum. Just now, I need a dose of hide and seek. Find me thrice, fair maid. Be quick about it, and we can deal.
Okay. Fair enough for this.
A lifetime hiding his true colors gives him an edge, but he can't conceal the way he moves.
And just jump right over that. Oh. There was like a weird invisible wall over there. It's a basket. Up. gonna go back that way, but it didn't look like there's anything that way anyways. Okay. Oh, there's a tooth there, but where's it go? Goes that way. Octopus that way.
This is too easy.
Okay. It's twice that's happened. These platforms definitely were not here before. Can't see, game. Well, that's stupid. I hate when it just, you like push a button and then like this happens. Like, it shouldn't take my camera from me. Like, it wastes so much of my time waiting for the camera to come back. There's something there. Alright. Octopus that way. Can we make that jump? Apparently. Oh, well, I found him.
Oh, you have me now. You won't have me again.
Okay, remember that we need to go to that keyhole. something hidden over here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. I was like, I can't reach the vent if you're all the way down there, friend. Okay. Guessing it's gonna be over there. Oh, I can't. It's really hard for me to move. They made sure that you couldn't. Ooh, that was real close. The thing literally exploded right as I hit that last shot. Wait, what? Oh, it glitched. I did it correctly, but what? Wasn't there? Oh, no, this was the platform. I was like, did it not make a platform? No, I saw it wrong. I didn't realize that. I thought there was a platform that it added, but it's it was this platform. It was just connected to it. I wasn't expecting it to be connected. Yeah, we're playing this off the PS3. Apparently, the PC versions are terrible.
Remote in time
from what
and
I've heard.
space has only as much power as vivid memory offers it.
How do I feel about this game as the first? Oh, it's so much better than the first. Yeah, it's so much better than the first. But I think the first, the thing with the first one is it's just it's a product of the time. Yeah, I think that's what the first game suffers from. It's just a product of the time. It's not necessarily that the first game is bad. It's just I currently what we've been playing. I do believe that you could probably you could probably skip the first game and not really miss anything. There's been a lot of, like, homages and stuff, but there's not really been... Oh. That's why I hate when they take the camera. Like, I get they're trying to show me where the thing is, but... But I don't really feel like the first game has enough to offer to warrant playing it, given how hard it is to play it. How do we... Can I cheat this a little bit? It's definitely... Something needs to pop here. But I'm not sure... I guess we'll just go this way. But... I don't know. Like I said, I just... Okay, where What is this? Okay, that's probably how we need to do that, honestly. That way it doesn't take our camera. And now it's gonna be a mushroom. Yeah. Okay. Also, the first game has some difficulty that I think is just inherent because of how it's built. Like, just because of how clunky it is, it's a bit more difficult. Whereas this one I feel like has like legitimate like skill-based difficulty. Like the platforming is solid. It's a little slippery, but it's nowhere near as bad as the first one. Like the first one's very, very slippery. Like every time you jump, you're sliding around when you land. I know he's in that one over there. I like breaking things.
It's all in the game. A fair cop. You've won. You're a good sport. And no one died. Join me in the library. Unlike some, I don't Welsh.
But,
The Carpenter commissioned a song and dance number on morality. Art and good sense be damned. He demands mirth, silliness, and a debauchery all round. Or do a hero turn as he says. Imagine! I'll bring the script to the theatre. You can be on your way. No doubt Carpenter's got you collecting piscine divas for the musical portion. The man really hires the proper talent. Some fish can sing, but not all.
But, I don't know. It's one of those that, like, if you want to see what like the whole game series is about and get the homages, you can play the first one. But I really think that like you could just play this one and be fine. Because like so far we the only homages we got is why the Mad Hatter is broken apart, even though that's not really important. Because she just says, "I left you like this." That's really all you needed to know. The two people that are in the Mad Hatter's domain, like we meet them as they're being assembled before they become, you know, like the mice on wheels and the rabbit with the mechanical legs. We meet the turtle. The turtle's the one that gave us the swim powder. The turtle's the one that gave us the swim power in the first game, and in here we don't even have that. We're just underwater now, so there is no like swim power. I hear it. Oh, there it is. So, and we met the Duchess, who used this weapon that we're using here on us. So like the first weapon we acquire outside the Vorpal Blade is the weapon that was used from the first boss, so that's an homage, but it's not like, you know, you had to have known that to really get the gist. So again, it's a lot of like, oh, that's cool that they like reference that, but nothing that's like, oh, you had to play the first game to know that
I'm not terribly musical, but you
what
seem
what is going on or anything.
It's not my fault. I can't hear my notes. The pipes are obstructed.
I can see that. Why not do something about it?
And endanger my vocal cords. You might do it for
Everyone
me.
here has an excuse for doing nothing. Reminds me of the asylum.
So how much is it for? It's 5, right? 575. Yeah, we're gonna upgrade the grinder next, so 575. Just trying to make sure we look around. Like, I like this one has more collectibles. That, like I said, there's just I think I just prefer this one. And I don't have the attachment to the first one that some other people do because they played that one on release. So. Also, you know, we upgraded this Vorpal blade, but I'm not really feeling like it's... Like, it feels a bit faster, but I don't feel like it's that much stronger. Maybe that's just me. Break this? Ah, there we go. Dum 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 dum. Also, I feel like by this point in the first game, like, we had already fought a couple bosses, and I don't think we fought a boss yet.
We've made a respectable start to it, but a decent job would require considerably more application. I'm sure you'd like to do a decent job.
Go to the little guys first. Come on. Alright, that's number 2.
That's all well and good, but my range needs a fully functional orchestra.
Oh, I get it. That's it. It's gonna be a big guy, isn't it? Okay. Why is this not working? Oh, they're wanting me to do... go. Ta-da!
There's something wrong. I can't find the time for the note.
It's surely not lost. Perhaps mislaid. I suppose I'll have to help you carry the tune. Better be light.
Are you ready? Sure, I don't know. Oh. I'm hitting the button. It's funny, the frame rate actually drops. Yeah, I'm hitting the button too early, I think, because I'm hitting it as soon as it gets to the note. I think I have to wait for it to be over the note.
The audience will be grateful for your efforts.
I doubt it.
The performers' eager efforts will be enhanced by my musical score. Please wake them with this exciting news.
Okay, okay.
Not burned beyond recognition, as I recall. It was the smoke, you see. One day, you'll be joining them in the Oxford family vault, I imagine.
Make sure we don't miss anything. What's that say? Oh, these are the oysters. This way to the oysters.
Two down, one to go. Oysters are the presumptive stars of the show, if you can wake them.
Ah, that's another paint the rose. I didn't even see there was a platform there. I just... Oh. Alright, what do we gotta do here? Riddle or survive? Or something new. Oh, it's another one of these. Well, let me go higher. Oh, there we go. One hit. We're gonna not get hit by that. Okay. Those were they're gonna give us a boss. Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Alright, that's 3. One more, and I guess we get another rose. Oh, you can shrink as well. Interesting. Oh, let's go get some oysters, shall we? We have to wake them up. Okay. Okay, so you cannot do it if they have the cannon. I was just curious about that. Oh. I died. Yes, I would like to continue. Let's try that again. Oh, I hit the block button, but I guess too late. Okay.
You just interrupted my dreams. Oh well. Off to the show, I suppose.
Okay. Hey, can I have that rose, please? Here. There's nothing else hidden around here. Doesn't seem like it. Let me check the phone real quick. Make sure nobody sent me a message. Nope. Okay. Does not look right. Another one this way. It says... Hello? Thanks, game. You see that? I was like on top of it, but it was like, nope, you're on the edge. Cheating game. I did it again. It like clips me off the side of it. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, maybe. Just overshot it that time. I heard a pig snout. Nice. Nope. Probably should have used that jump pad again. Jump, glide. See, that's what I was trying to do the first time. Jump again. Give me the teeth, thank you. Jump, jump, glide, jump. Overshot it because why not? See, that's another thing. Sometimes it eats your forward momentum, right? So, like, sometimes when I hit the jump on this jump pad, it, like, doesn't give me any See how, like, she stopped and then moved forward? I don't know why it does that sometimes. Because it's not consistent. It doesn't do it consistent. Like, sometimes I, like... I don't know. It's weird. Very, very weird. What is it's 575 to upgrade the pepper grinder. Yep. Sure, there's nothing over here. So maybe that's why I'm... Yeah, see, sometimes she just moves forward like you'd expect her to, and then other times she doesn't. Well, there's definitely something over there, so... Wait, is this the way we're supposed to go? No, okay. It's like, hold on a second, I'm gonna go the wrong way.
Odd indeed. Unusual, perhaps. Even extraordinary. But nearly nothing is unique, Alice. Yours was not the first brick home to be destroyed by fire.
Okay. Now I gotta fight again. Oh, so just one. Alright. That one was quite a bit easier because there wasn't 3 crabs. I wonder how many of these we need to save or wake up.
We still need the star! The star! The star!
Okay, so apparently one more, I would guess. Jump, jump, there we go. Huh. Something with a box.
Help me, Alice. This poster for the show, it's ruined. If I can't put it back together, Carpenter will grind my pearls.
Oh, I see. Collect 4 blocks in the surrounding to start the challenge. I didn't mean to hit circle there.
I need the poster now.
Oh, we have enough to upgrade. Grinder. Wow, that looks kind of cool. Does it actually look like that? Oh, it does. Nice. Actually changes the look of the weapon. Wait, does the bombs work on these too? No, it only the hobby horse. How much do we need for the final upgrade? 700. Okay.
The proper order of things is often a mystery to me. You too?
We need to... What does this do? Okay, that does that.
Quickly! He could be here any minute.
Oh, so there's gotta be a reason for this. Alright, 700 is our last goal for the grinder.
Keep troubles and torments at a distance where they may be easily forgotten.
Okay, wait for this thing to go back up. Okay, so that's 2, right? So I think we need 2 more? 2 more. I think we need 2 more. Come on. You come down. Oh wow, that's got a lot more range on it than I thought. Actually, there's nothing hidden up here. Doesn't look like it. But okay. Thanks for throwing me off the edge again. Yikes.
Quick, before the show begins.
Not seeing anything else. We're missing 2 snouts, 2 memories, 1 Radula room, and 3 bottles. Everything? No. Where do we need to go? That should be the 4th one there.
Help me put the poster back together.
Okay. It's a sliding puzzle. I hate sliding
How does
puzzles.
this work? Where do these pieces go?
Ah, okay. It is indeed.
Let us resume
Thankfully
our
that was
place
super simple.
before our adoring fans at the theater.
It was probably the simplest sliding puzzle I've ever seen. I'll take it. Uh-oh. Are we gonna have to fight Walrus?
Gosh, you're not an impresario, you're a killer. The mastermind of a criminal enterprise.
This world is not so either-or, Alice.
And I've done your bidding.
You did a few errands, got your hands dirty, big deal. The show distraculates the crowd, shame you'll miss it. You need to deal with these sailors. It's your time.
Time? Time? The time has come to talk of ships and vegetables and royalty and whether pigs have wings and so on.
Enough of that, Walrus. You start wailing about there being too much sand on the beach, I'll have your blubber for breakfast.
Shame on you, Carpenter. You made a promise.
I had no choice. One can't always do as one would like. I'd have thought you'd know that by now.
Round sailor. I don't know why they're showing this as if we haven't been fighting these guys the whole time. I guess this guy's an especially powerful one. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, so that was a especially powerful one. Hear a pig. I was saying, hear a pig snout.
Pets are friends in our secret cells, Alice. Your rabbit, too. I'm sure Dinah was a confidant. Always about, wasn't she?
Did they give us a hint that the snout was there? No. Usually they give you like a hint. Oh, interesting. There's a little area over here. That's interesting. So there's a ball with a chest in it. Is there really nothing over here? That's not. Well, that's interesting. So if you don't hit them at a specific time...
Friend or foe? Please, Alice, help me fulfill my pledge. I need my men. They may be hostile at first, but their true souls are trapped. You must release them.
Uh-huh.
Do they want to be at peace?
They do not know their own minds. What's true of the living is often true of the dead.
Yeah. So we have a hub within a hub. Great. Thanks. Yeah, that's I'm guessing where the boss fight's gonna be. Okay. One down.
Wait!
Cold
Come back
arms,
here!
cold
I'm a
heart.
savior of a sort.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's a shark thing. Okay. Let's go back. Hold on. Oh. Overshot it again. Oh, this one.
Grateful thanks for releasing me. I never dreamed.
Okay. Door number 2.
That's it, good girl.
Also, there's kind of some messed up implications here on helping sailors, given where we passed out. Just saying. And who we were talking to. What? That was a weird bug.
How can a soul be so ignorant? I'm an answered prayer.
Oh, the darkness hurts us. Okay, I was like, what's... I was like, what keeps us from just, like, going forward? The darkness. The darkness legitimately hurts you.
Thanks for reuniting me with my ship.
So you're not gonna let me grab those teeth? Alright, last one.
Hurry along, Alice.
Interesting. There's a door back here. I guess they're just reusing the backside of an asset for a door. That's funny. Like, this looks like a crypt door, just flip it around. Alright, these things just gonna keep spawning. That was interesting. So they just had infinitely spawning, like, slug monsters.
Do angels have this much trouble?
What are we missing? 1 snout, 1 memory, 1 room, 2 bottles. Let this light get a little bit further. Oh, now it's deciding to take off. Oh, come on, man. Oh, that's what I said. That really sucked. Yeah, like I said, these events are actually the worst part of this platforming, because they do a weird thing when they throw you up, like you get a lot of upward momentum, but then if you miss that initial upward momentum, it like holds you in place in a weird way. So I really don't like the vents. Okay. I was not expecting it to go. Yeah, so it like kills your upward momentum if you don't. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about right there. It just killed my upward momentum because I didn't have that burst. Might as well dive. Oh, there, because I can't do anything. Yeah. Yeah, these vents are the worst part of the platforming in this, because they do not interact how you want. Because you can jump off of them, but like if you don't wait, it will not give you what you need to jump properly. I did it again. Come on. God, and then those don't stay up long enough. Like, the vision, it just doesn't stay up long enough, given that the whole section is that, and you can't, like, you can't view it, you can't shrink in midair, so you're, like, kind of stuck to... See, look at this. This is what I was talking about. See how it's doing something weird with the vent? Vent was definitely not supposed to be doing that. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, sometimes it's not me being bad at game. I will admit when I'm, like, not very good at platforming. But, like, sometimes it's legitimately the game. I've got to stay here until the light gets over here. Oh, cool, that platform falls. I don't know how I was supposed to know that. Okay, so I need to go this way.
to the ship for me.
Yeah, I really don't like the vents in this game. The vents in the first game were actually more responsive than the vents in this game, which is very strange to say.
Be as good to yourself as you've been to us. Haul anchor and heave to, men. It's the wide and glorious main for us.
Okay. Make sure we don't miss anything. Okay, so I think that tombstone disappeared. Is the last bottle, or...? Yep. Whole platform section. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, okay, so the length that you hold it does not. I wish it did. That would be nice. Okay, that looks like it's going to be the last memory. Just gotta make sure I put this platform right here.
Whoever destroys a
Yeah, that's the last memory.
Destroys the world. There is much wisdom in that, Alice.
Nothing in there. Where we came from. Guessing we're going this way. Yeah. Oh, gonna give us a little. Okay. So we're missing one snout, one regular room, and one bottle. I might have already missed it, given this looks like we're heading towards a boss fight, but... So we're going right. Oh. That was close. I want to go down there. It's weird, it doesn't let me jump off when we get to the end of the slide. That colossal. Oh, okay. It's gonna hide its face. Okay, it killed us. That was great. I thought I was far enough away from that shadow, but apparently the explosion is a bit bigger than I thought. Okay, can't block those. Okay, I was dodging around it. Okay, wow. This thing has weak spots that you can only hit by shooting them, but yeah. Also, there's another game that doesn't give you full health when you respawn, which is, again, a weird... Weakened it. Now what? Hi, Confetti. What's also your name? How are you doing today? You love this game? Yeah. It's pretty good so far. Pretty good. Immediate ad. Yeah, sorry for that. You return from sleep. Well, hopefully you rest well. I wonder if this is our last bottle. Nope, it's our last Radula, though. Woke up to make void barbecue shit and move the car, so now I have to wait anyway. Yikes.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
Another survive. Kill or be killed. Oh, never mind. Oh. Okay. Get me out of here, please. Thank you. Stop targeting. Okay. I'm gonna die. Look at this. Like, I can't even get up. What? I love that. He didn't even have any wind-up. Welcome back. Yeah, welcome in. This is gonna be difficult. It's mainly because of those guys. Because they can block. We're just gonna have to separate them, I think. Let's try this again. We can do this though. Welcome back, Hi Confetti. Hopefully you're doing well today. Yeah, I'm enjoying the game.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
See, that's the problem right there. They gather up and then can't do anything. Okay, let it break his arm. I'm hitting back, like, this is the problem too. I'm hitting back to get away from them, and it's forcing me to dodge towards them, which is getting me hit more often than not. Okay. That's another problem I'm having is when I tell it to dodge, it doesn't dodge away like I want it to. It dodges towards them, which is very weird. Yep, I'm gonna die because they all gathered up. You know, this is a bit unfair because of the way that the targeting and dodge work. It's like they're taking advantage of a flaw with the dodge mechanic. Because like when I hold back and hit dodge, it dodges forward for some reason. And I'm not sure why that is.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
Also, I think there's a bug that we're doing too much damage with the Vorpal Blade on these guys. Where it's putting them... Yeah, see, this happens? Where sometimes it puts them in the second knockdown phase. And I can't do anything about it. And then this guy throws stuff. And then here's a little ground pound thing. Okay. And also these teapots are exceptionally fast. See, there's also that, when I knock them down, if I don't... So they have an animation that triggers if you fail to like hit them correctly. So there's some like bugs that are really like showing themselves in this combat here. Unfortunately. Like that. It auto-switched to that guy. Because I was trying to turn the camera. So if you're locked on and you turn the camera, it switches targets instead of just turning the camera, so... And it should always, like, the thing is when you're focusing, it should always focus on them, and it doesn't. It's, yeah. There's some issues. And this is perfectly demonstrating them.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
Again, I'm pushing away. Way to dodge. I hit the dodge button, just didn't do anything. And also, there's like so many teapots in this phase here. Yep, I'm gonna get clobbered to the... I need to get out of the middle of them. And the problem is you don't get health back in this either. Which is really strange, because even in that, like, superpower phase, you're supposed to get health back. Okay, I could just shoot them like that. That's interesting. Okay, we're gonna use that as our method for these guys. Okay, that worked. So now, as long as we don't die to this guy... Really? I hit the dodge button! Jesus Christ, dude. This is what I'm talking about, dude. It just eat my dodge input there, and I just got tracked halfway across the map. Okay. That's fine. We have a new method of dealing with the teapots, though.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
We can just shoot them. Maybe. See, it's still... because of how fast they are, dude. It's just like... and every single hit of these guys seems to take like a whole rose. Which is unfair. And then their body blocking is on with it, which is also really annoying. So if we shoot them into, like if I do this, and then shoot them into their second down phase, I hit. See, the problem is if you get hit, there's a second before you can actually do anything again. One more teapot. I'll break his arms. Hey, Phoenix Haunting. I'll read that in just a second. There we go. See, I knew it was only going to be the two, but Jesus. Just waking up, getting the day started. Alright, well thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Ugh, that was rough. And it's mainly because the targeting and the camera, like, they just don't work how you'd expect them to work. Shooting the moon. Okay. Don't know why that's the name of the achievement for getting another rose, but... Terrible to see them die, I guess. There we go. So that means we're missing one snout and one bottle. It means they're either connected or... Oh my god, we've never seen that before. Snouts can be invisible. And there's the bottle. Nothing like the smell of bacon. What's the name of that achievement? Okay. Yep, that's everything in this level. We missed like a couple things in the first level, so
every picture tells a story. Sometimes we don't like the ending. Sometimes we don't understand it.
okay, so there's something else to find here. Let's get out of misery now. Okay. Alright, time for, I'm guessing, the boss. Or the show. Oof, frame rate just plummeted on this little. Oh, because all the stuff on there.
Welcome to the show!
What a bizarre show.
That's quite enough of that, I think. Enough preliminaries. Here's the performance you've been waiting for. Proves I'm without prejudice and have a fine sense of humour. Sword and crown are worthless here. I invite everyone to dance. Labourers, lawyers, church and gown all make their little prance. This life is full of random death and heaps of shame. So few are soothed by accident. You want someone to blame. Fire, plague, and strange disease. Drowned, murdered, or if you please. A long fall down the basement stairs. None are expected. No one cares. I often must work very hard. Sweat running down my skin. After the dance, I then must rest. And the eating can begin.
He's death.
Time to eat. Death is the ultimate equalizer. All have the right to be eaten.
Can I present the push all reserved, so to speak?
Wicked thing. Feasting while Wonderland is destroyed.
I'm not the enemy you seek, Alice. I tried to hide this bit of Wonderland from that beast. Appeasement's never clean. We must all play our assigned roles. You were born our queen, an idiot or a practiced fool. However this turns out, consider the prospect that you've been misled, Alice. Then ask, by whom?
No! Who set that bloody train in motion? Where has it come from?
Arrived when you arrived, and it's more horrible even than you can currently imagine. The death of the caterpillar may know how.
Okay, I guess we're just not getting any bosses in this game. Grim Folly. I always had a wide weight about him. I'd best seek his advice.
What? Oh, the blood in my mouth tastes like bile. Where's the brute that hit me, Nanny?
Nasty prat's out cold. Not dead, and more's the pity.
What did he want?
What they all want. Money he didn't earn. What were you thinking, butting into that mess? You could have been killed.
Nanny, my mind's in pieces. I still have terrible visions, and I need to know.
About the fire. Same as always. You need to move on, Alice. So do I. Well, at least she's not spewing that silent nonsense. The past is dead. I killed them. I should have saved them. I should have died. Her mind was in shambles. Radcliffe thought familiar faces would bring her round. After a year, he lost interest in her inheritance. He sod. Still, always asking his bizarre questions. Every dose of madness, I'd say, but on Honesty's never the best policy in this life. When she wasn't comatose, she gave ties like pinwheels, drooled, occasionally squeaked. Never uttered a sensible sound. And like the child she was, she kept her secrets close. Gone off some lurkers, common as cockroaches. And those poor tykes are food for perverts, like the blameless ants that wasps consume or spiders' feeble prey.
You visited my room at Rutledge. What were you...
recall that? Radcliffe paid me for a bit. A woman alone sometimes does what she doesn't particularly feel like doing. As you know.
Nurse Whitler said you'd fallen on hard times.
I'm no drunk like her. I'm hurting no one. Hooking's not a bad life.
Except for the pimps. She also said you might have my rabbit. Please, Nanny, talk about
The damn fire never seems to help. Look, Alice, I can't give you what I don't have. Radcliffe wrote the inquest report. I'll take you to him. Besides, he's got your damn rabbit. You should remember that.
All right, but Mr. Radcliffe's useless.
Don't I know it?
Okay, so we're looking for Radcliffe. What time is it? Okay. Actually, I think that is a great place for us to go ahead and call it a stream. Thank you guys for joining me here today. That last little part was really rough. Specifically that little challenge thing. It's just because the targeting and camera are a little janky at times. So it's the platforming, honestly. Just because of the way that the vents and stuff work. It's not bad. It's just it's got little things that you just have to get used to. I'm not sure how many chapters this game has, but we're gonna obviously keep making our way through it slowly but surely. But that is going to do it for today. As for what's coming up, tomorrow is Friday, which means it's going to be Friends' Favorite Friday. Tomorrow we're going to spin the wheel, and it will randomly select something from this list here, and we will start our playthrough of it. So if you can't see the list here, we have WWE Day of Reckoning, Metal Gear Solid, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, Ocarina of Time, Shenmue, Paper Mario, Pokemon Snap, and Chrono Cross. Basically, if you haven't been around for the past few weeks, I polled my friends and said, hey, give me your favorite PS2 or previous era game from your childhood, and I will play it on original hardware, and we will try to beat it. We played and won a game of Alpha Centauri that we played on GOG, and we played and beat Rayman 2 on the N64. So those two are already up on our YouTube if you want to see those, but tomorrow we're going to spin the wheel, so it's selected at random which one we are going to play, and you can see here next to the name it says what system we'll be playing it on. All of these I believe are exclusive to their consoles, with the exception of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. I believe that came out on at least one other console. I know it came out on PlayStation 1, but I think it might have come out on Dreamcast as well. But we're going to be playing the N64 version because that is the version my friend played, so that's the version we're going to be playing. But that'll be tomorrow. We'll choose one of those at random. So stay tuned for that. Depending on which one it picks, obviously, that's how many Fridays we'll devote to it. Some of the games are shorter than others. Two of them, Pokemon Snap and Ocarina of Time, I have beaten before. So those I don't think will get as stuck. Although Pokemon Snap does have some little weird things that you have to do to progress. But Pokemon Snap is not a very long one. Ocarina of Time is a bit longer, even knowing what you're doing, so that'll take a little bit. Metal Gear Solid, I'm not very good at stealth games, nor do I like them, so Metal Gear Solid might be the one that takes us the longest. It's probably between that and Shenmue, if I had to take a guess, for which games are probably going to take us the longest to beat. just because those games got a lot of stuff going on with them that'll probably slow us down. But we will be playing those on original hardware. That will be tomorrow. Saturday we do not stream. Sunday we will be back with Resident Evil 2 remake. We did finish 8, which means that we'll be jumping into the remake of 2. We have officially, if you want to go see it, we have officially played through 1 all the way through 8, OG1, OG2, OG3, and 4. So the first 4 OGs all the way through Resident Evil 8. That is officially done. So if you want to see all of those, you can. We're going to be starting Remake 2, and then we're going to play Remake 3, Remake 4, and then finally we'll finish that out with a playthrough of Code Veronica X. Again, all of these Resident Evil playthroughs are first playthroughs, so I whatever new things, whatever is in these like remakes and stuff, I don't know anything about. I have stayed relatively like information free on those things, so I know little bits and pieces that I've seen because it's just the internet, and if you spend enough time in horror communities, you will find information or stumble across information. No speed in your playthrough, yeah. But yeah, so I don't know how much longer we have in Alice. I already have kind of what we will be playing after not joining at the end of the stream. That's fine, CatCon. We appreciate you showing up nonetheless. Let me get you a shout out. Actually, I need to shout out Phoenix Haunting as well. Phoenix Haunting, let me get you a shout out. Thank you for the lurk. Playing some Hi-Fi Rush. I've heard about that game. I think I've seen a little bit of it, and of course we have CatCon playing some Stardew Valley. Nice. I still need to do an actual playthrough of that on the channel. I only played it on release. I really haven't played all of the content of that game. It's just that's going to be like a 1,000-hour endeavor, I feel. But maybe at some point. We've just got so many other things that we're going to play, but I do think I have the stuff lined up for what we're going to do after Alice. It should be interesting. People should enjoy it. It is going to be... It's going to be a task for me, we'll just say that. It's not something I'm going to dislike. At least I hope not. But it is going to be... it's going to be interesting. And then, let's see. And then we'll get back to Shadowrun on Monday. So more Dragonfall, which I'm really, really enjoying. We're starting to get into a little bit into people's backstories, and we're starting to do a little bit of the like side mission stuff. So we should be getting to some of the really cool stuff to show off there. But yeah, I think that's going to do it for today. Resident Evil 4 in VR. No, thank you. No, thank you. You guys are getting Resident Evil 4 Remake. That's probably the last time I will ever touch Resident Evil 4. Unless someone's like, hey, I'll pay you $1 million to play Resident Evil 4 again. Then, of course, I'll do it. But, yeah, no. But, we'll do Remake after once we get to that point. But, never again. I don't know, man. Me and OG Resident Evil 4 are just never going to mesh. I don't know. But anyways, if you haven't already, please do hit the follow button, or if you're over there on YouTube, the subscription button. Both are completely free and help the channel out tremendously. Also, feel free to share us out with your friends, your family, your Discord communities. We are family friendly here, even when the game isn't. Everyone is welcome as long as they are kind. That is it. That is the only prerequisite. Also, a follow subscription will let you know when we go live. We usually go live around 11 a.m. Central Time, US. If you're not sure what time that is for you locally. Down in the panels, there is an extension, as well as the Twitch schedule should tell you when we go live for your time zone. Does the math, so you don't have to. And finally, if you miss any of our playthroughs, if you're just not able to tune in during the day, or you just you missed something or whatever, that's no problem. We do have a YouTube. If you're here on Twitch, the link is at the top of chat. If you're on YouTube, well, you're already there. You can go down to where you see playlists or live, and you can find all our stuff there. All the lives are here on Twitch for 30 days, and they're on YouTube for the foreseeable future. There are also playlists for basically everything. We've been doing this 4.5 years. Find whatever you would like to watch. There's plenty of stuff. There's horror, there's retro, there's RPGs, there are all sorts of stuff. We've done a variety over the years. So, you know what? Watch whatever you want. Leave us some comments. Leave us some likes. Whatever you want to see, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But I do appreciate everybody's support today. Again, thank you, Bad Idea, for the raid, and thank you everybody else for coming in and hang out with us. Whether you're lurking, whether you're chatting, all of it is appreciated. Don't forget that you matter. Oh, my throat. My throat gave out. It does that when I talk too much. So that's a perfect sign for me to say, remember to take care of yourself mentally and physically. Both are very important. Remember to stay hydrated, which I'm out of hydration, so I'm going to get me some more hydration right after this. And as always, remember, we can make the world a better place. And all you have to do is be kind. Let's find someone to raid. Also by YouTube. All right, let's see who we got.